All right, y'all, we're live from under the tree at the Rescue the Republic, and they're doing setup. We have friends here already from Texas and other parts, so I am just grabbing our spot right here, almost as close to the stage as you can get. There's like, what, 20 feet? I could get 20 feet closer, but this is good right here. And I told everybody, meet me under the tree. Hold on, I'm trying to get my chair out. So we've got the event. The actual event doesn't start until 12 noon. So we've got people setting up band practice, doing sound check. Let's see if they're up here. They have lots of big tents.
Coming from way out of town? The St. Louis Bay. Okay. And you? From around here. Okay.
People have their umbrellas. Oh my goodness, there she is. Whoops, excuse me, I'm gonna yell real quick, I'm sorry. Cowgirl! Can you grab her with the hat? Yee-hoo! Cowgirl. Look who it is! Hey! Oh, look at this patriot. Oh my gosh, you look so great! What are you doing way over there? The tree's over here. No, the tree. I said aim for the tree. Do you want... Yeah, because I told everybody to go for the tree. Oh my gosh, do whatever makes you happy. That's where I am. You look great. Where's Kate? I love you.
Hey, there we go. Hopefully that's not the last. So yeah, we went to the bar last night because how do we function in these circumstances? Like there are smart people spending their time planning. And you're not going to stay.
Oh my goodness. What's up? How are you? Good, good. I'm live. Man, when I saw you down here a little while ago, a couple weeks ago or whatever, I was like, oh no. You were, or not down here. Where were you? Yeah, and I was like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, you did so well. I was like, yeah, I was impressed. I don't usually do that well. How you been? Good? I'm live. All right. Oh my God, it's great to see you. Hey, Wiz. How are you? Good to see you. How you been? Yep. Oh, not talking. Okay. All right. Seeing some people. Let's go check it out over here. I think we might need to come over here because of the plexiglass. So let's see. Where'd she go? There she is.
Nothing's changed. I love the greatest.
Oh, excuse me. I don't want to step on the blanket. Cowgirl. I came over. Oh my God. I think this is a better spot over here.
It is.
It is really good because of the plexiglass and stuff. So I'm going to get my chair and come over here.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to do it.
You want to stand up there?
Oh, that's great. That's great. You want to hold the, you want to play live streamer?
Yes, I'll play live stream.
Oh no,
Wait a
I'm
minute.
attached.
Turn
Hang
around.
on.
Turn around.
You look so great. Oh my gosh. People are just starting to hop in. So here, turn
Okay.
around.
Turn it around. Do I need to?
If it gets weird, hit this button twice on the back. If it gets weird.
If it gets weird?
Yep.
You mean if it gets all scrambled?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I'm
if
not
if
used to
winds up
using
turning-
yours.
If it turns this way, hit this one twice.
Hit that one twice.
If it
Okay.
turns that way by accident. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my chair.
Okay, there she
More
goes.
the vocal. I think everyone's gonna want more.
Here's my friend.
Drive real
Quickly.
slow, take a long way home. Tell my kin, pick up a shovel, wrestle that sugar, Santa, bury my bones. Won't you bury my bones beneath these pines? When it comes time for you to bury my bones. Hey, hey, hey. Don't throw me no fumes. Sister, don't cry. I saw that fiddle brother pass that shine. Down in the hollow, pick the tallest pine. Dig it real deep where the roots touch the mine. Cross the red river where hope is wide, where the heron sails to the Choctaw side. Follow my blood to the silver stone. Burn my body and bury my bones. Bury my bones. Yeah, bury my bones. Bury my bones. Bury my bones. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, I'm good.
Use that as a supplemental dispersal for event. Yeah, like the Chi-Coms are predatory trade. They're going after our farm. Yeah, like David Lee Pietros and Frank. Yeah, call my card.
What's that?
I go Gordon Chang. Yeah.
Is the guitar in the front of house yet?
Okay.
And she's already going to
Okay.
So I don't know who I'm talking
So
to.
give me about 20 minutes.
Okay. I've got Jennifer's live stream right here.
Squared away. You'll love
There's
this.
one.
You, man, with the pink. Is the guitar in the front of house yet? I think we need more guitar in here. In the front of house.
Anyway, I just wanted to see how far away you were.
If I lose this criminal ball now,
Don't throw me no food. Sister, don't cry. I saw that again. Thank y'all.
She's tuning his guitar.
It's called sound check. Check, sound check, sound check.
Do you have a problem with predatory trade practices against your farm?
No, I'm saying I go to organic farms.
Yeah,
I don't go anywhere else with my fruit and vegetables. Or
Yeah, you
grow
can't
my
trust
own. Yeah, I don't buy any grocery store. I got this sign.
So there was an expose down on how the Chai Palms like reckless farming practices. The way they would do is they were buying a lot of pig farms, a lot of Western New York, and other things, right? Because it's like sometimes like stocks is called the Chinese economic miracle. And so what the Chinese took, they took, I forgot the name of it. It's the first antibiotic we kind of developed. We didn't really use very much because it destroys your kidney and liver, right? So that being said, the unintended secondary positive consequence of not using that was that it doesn't have a lot of bacteria viruses aren't resistant. So the China guys wanted to just cheap. They started pouring full pouring into the pig's cloth, and they're like, "Wow, you're trying to control us." China David Gager, he's the number one conservative by the national but he was trying to fight against that. The guys who pick any number of predatory assholes that are just taking these like small mom and pop farms and gobbling up. So again, if you have any issues there, just reach out. Just because you're women, it's so right to go. It's so
He'll get me. Well, it's going to stop raining. So you're going to never know when it's going to be. Yeah, it's just a little, it's going to dry up. So you can buy all your produce from farms? I go and I buy, when I moved to Georgia, I found all my organic farms. There's one farm called 183 Farm, and the reason why I attracted him is I read the story, and he had a son recently that was 4 years old, and he had cancer, and they were eating healthy, good food, and so they got the cancer out.
May I take a photo of you because I love that message?
Oh, thanks.
I'm a freelance photographer and I'm traveling the world for 5 years now, documenting freedom movements of all types all around the world.
Yeah.
So that's
Sure.
kind of message.
That's a good message, right?
Okay, so do you mind coming out so that we don't have anything in the back? Thank you.
I know, we don't. And I guess we had really good sunscreen back in the day.
The weather. The weather.
It seemed to get cancer.
Right.
He'll kill me.
Yep, now look
If
at
it stops raining.
1 p.m., 2 p.m., it just disappears.
So sad.
I know.
Yeah, it was.
Pretty good too. Because I got this. Working the election.
Yeah, and stress, and suicide.
So part and parcel of the Chinese Communist Party strategy of leveraging TikTok, not just to hack your computer and your phone and all that. It also supports something called neurocognitive warfare, which is meant so like kids when they're doing TikTok, it's like 17 seconds. It's training their brain to get very addicted to these serotonin bursts. Right? So they automatically feel like they yeah, it's tough, right?
I just.
Yeah, they've been a long time to study. And they study.
Her name. Souls of a Movement.
Souls of the movement. That's his
Yeah,
thing.
that's his thing. So I just followed him.
All the relations is to make everybody hate each other and then kill themselves.
Yeah, they don't,
You don't have to do it. They kill each other.
I should have brought one of those. That's a nifty thing. Look at that. I'm like, that's a nifty thing.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
What's all that stuff?
Well, I'm not the owner.
I'm not really sure.
I'm not the owner.
Oh,
like it though.
These poor people think, well, why won't she take this off here? Just watch it on her.
I like
she
it.
She has followers.
Does it clip on? Oh, it does. It can
Yes,
clip on right
right,
there. Damn,
right.
I like that.
I don't think
Cool.
she.
No,
yeah,
I just was.
I don't think she has. You know,
I like that.
She holds it. She
That's
puts
neat.
it on her chair.
I'm trying to hold my phone before I don't really. I got full power, so I want to use it for video taping this.
Yeah, I'm just keeping it focused in case. Well, see, he looks
That's
like
what I'm
he's
going to focus on today, being focused in, because I always mess up. My sons, when I tape their video for basketball, they're like, Mom, you missed the shot. You were over here. I'm like, I try, kid.
Yep.
I try, son.
It's another performer's coming on, so they're not. Are they saying anything?
How much stuff do we deal with? You know how much of our food we import we inspect? 6%, not even 2%. So she's smart. We should tell her local.
I thought she just said she wanted to
come in?
So 180 degrees.
We came in
I
on
was in the middle of that.
on 80.
So the son got cancer.
That would have been up
so
over.
No. The guy that
Yeah.
went farm.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
he got cancer. So
Well, no.
It wasn't
Came
through
in
it.
Virginia. Yeah, we came in through Virginia. 40 and then 81. Turned off to 81. I don't think we were in West Virginia.
You send it to the top two.
I said, when we were up here on convoy, you come through from Bonita, Oklahoma, you know, and all the way through Oklahoma, all the way
no chemo, and so they did it. And then from that led them on the journey. Why did my son get cancer when we eat?
Indiana.
No, not Kentucky. No. We come across like a straight line. But what I'm trying to get at, we came through like 3 different states.
And they have like
within
you name it. I make all different recipes when I go there. I'm like, I made it with this inside. So
and I think it
and
Probably
they're
tastes like
really
amazing, like 10,000
West
times
Virginia,
better.
and then
My buddy does just local
when we were on the convoy. So I'm thinking that we could have come into West Virginia, but we didn't. We came 40 all the way, almost from where we live, 40, got up 40 in Tennessee, and then went all the way to this 81 north.
I went I-64 through Kentucky,
Oh, through Kentucky.
and then got caught I-79 in West Virginia.
Okay.
And then just about going to the north border, all of a sudden it was a small, I think it's Highway 33. I can't remember if it was West Virginia Highway or what. I just took that right over the mountaintop
There was
in the middle of the night.
Yeah, in the middle of the night. It was beautiful mountains.
Good deal.
Virginia. Oh, it was awesome.
I get everything.
Yeah.
Big
It was
Elbow has the
awesome.
highest
Butter I get from the Amish. There's an Amish farm that has butter. I get
like the best, it's the easiest for your body to process.
She usually live streams on the way to here, all the way here.
Really?
You know, I'm going to rescue the Republican today in Washington, D.C. But believe me, there was a lot of people that wanted to take a break. Somebody had to, and even when we went to take our border back down there, I'm gonna
Glory be to God. How you doing, girl?
I'm telling y'all, this is
My hiking buddy.
so awesome.
My little hiking buddy.
I am live just to get if I can.
Oh my God.
Just stay out of my way.
I'll try to do my very best.
You're a star. What can we say? All right, you guys. Did y'all have fun with Cowgirl? She loves you.
Oh yeah. Talking about
Isn't that great?
how I hope she
Everybody
comes back.
live streams for me at some point or another, you know? Oh my God. There's no sitting down here though, because it's like, then we won't be able to see, but this is the best spot.
Yeah,
I'm staying right here, each for their own.
Yeah, but you know what? You can still live stream from there. You know,
From there
And then
I
when you
can,
get
but it's too
tired-
far.
When you get, but when you get tired,
No, I'm staying right here. My chair's not moving.
Oh, this is your chair?
Yeah, that's my chair. Have a seat.
Maybe.
I know, right? We'll all switch off. What's your name?
Quigley.
Quickly
Quickly
down
down
you. Oh yeah, I love it. Oh, that's good. You've never heard that before.
Only a million times.
All right. God bless you. Man,
We've got that movie.
you guys, this is huge.
I love that movie.
No.
I do too. I do too.
That's an
The one with Robert Selleck.
Tom Selleck.
Tom Selleck. Yeah, that's. Oh my God, how could I get that wrong?
Yeah, really.
Good morning, y'all.
Magnum.
Magnum. Rescue the Republic, Washington, D.C. This is going to be an epic event. We've got Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Russel Brand. We got some of our favorite doctors. I will actually not be live streaming when they're talking because it'll take my live stream down. But they're amazing, and y'all love them, and I love them. You can watch them on www.rescuetherepublic.com. They are also live streaming the event. And so you don't have to miss a beat, y'all. At one point, I may be going to short videos, but we'll stay live as long as this lets us. So right now, we've got a really strong signal, which is amazing. Good morning, good morning. Let's run down the line. Oh, Kentucky. Hey, honey. Hoping y'all make it down here. I'm not under the tree anymore. But let me show you the tree I was talking about. There's the tree. If you're facing the stage, it's to the right of the stage. That's the tree I told everybody to meet me under, but I'm not there. I'm over here to the left.
Defend the border.
I got that one to take our border back. Yeah.
Close our border.
Yes, close it. Sons of Liberty, MAGA Warriors. It was so great to have them at the J6 Vigil last night, y'all. I cannot even tell you. They came in like angels themselves and laid their prayers down all around that jail and that vigil and over the opposition that was there wreaking havoc on us. So we were so grateful to have MAGA Warriors at the J6 Vigil last night. Can't wait to see them today at the event. And oh my gosh, we got Shannon. Good morning. Lou, good morning. Hi, Steve. Lee Barbara, good morning. Thank you so much for all your modding. God bless you. All right, welcome, y'all. We're just kind of hanging out, and we're going to be off and on.
Did you get in contact with Mickey?
No, I did not. I forgot.
Show
Awesome.
Mickey. Show Mickey. I still
Isn't that
wearing
beautiful?
her bracelet.
That is gorgeous. All right, y'all. So, welcome. The actual event does not start until 12 noon. Yeah, there's craziness. And we've got sound checks. And I am grateful to see that they put up plexiglass for our speakers that need it.
Right.
Desperately. That makes me want to go back over that tree.
Yeah. Well,
It does.
absolutely.
I know.
I thought you were going to be at that tree because
Right.
that is the biggest trees right there.
No, but
That's right
but
to
they're
the
so,
Washington.
They're really
They're
far
so
away.
far away.
Yeah, no, this tree is
Yeah.
like right here. Yeah. I don't know. I might should go back over to the tree. I feel kind of bad because I told everybody to go to the tree.
No, they'll figure it out.
You think so?
Yeah.
No, well, you know what, though? I can go back and forth. That's what I can do. I can. This is so loud. I heard it all the way over from where I parked. Oh my gosh, yeah.
You should hear
The
the
bass.
Skillet.
Yeah.
Skillet.
We got Skillet, y'all. What other bands we got? We got Skillet. Everyone's
Struggle
excited.
Jennings.
Struggle Jennings is coming. Oh my gosh, I got all kinds of copyrights yesterday. I can't wait to see what I get today. It's going to be copyright central. I don't see how they can do that though when you're live. Oh, nice. Oh, you caught them setting up? That's great. I missed their setup.
Skillet.
So cool.
Oh man, I missed it.
I did too.
They just
How did I miss that? I was right here. I keep hitting you and I keep hitting you and you were
all
like
right.
so nice.
No worries.
God bless you. I'm so sorry. I've got all kinds of batteries in there and stuff. Now it's to all states to vote for Trump, not for him, is so commendable. Yes, it is, Lou. Yes, it is. It shows you what kind of a man he is. I think that with some of the people that Trump is getting on board, it's going to be a very strong administration. If he keeps making good choices, I hope he stays away from people from BlackRock and that he was mentioning a couple months ago and stuff. If he can pick a good administration, there'll be no stopping him and all of us from gaining our constitutional republic back.
Yeah, we weren't. He was talking about 86. I said over there, we don't live stream. We're not on social media, so
I think you're so smart.
we weren't.
Yeah, this has been. I took a big breath.
Skillet drummer that was up there.
Still a girl? The whole band is now one?
Just the band.
They still have the girl band, is what I'm asking.
Evidently not. That looks like, yeah, she wasn't. He said he remembered Skillet.
That's a Skillet drummer. The drummer from Skillet. Hi, Net Park. Good to see you. Good morning. That's awesome. Here, let me zoom in, y'all.
You know, really, it says on the website that they were supposed to start, they said following music at 8 o'clock, 8 to 12.
Right, right.
That they were going to be on.
Yeah.
And the speakers were going to start at 12. That's what I
Is that right? Oh my gosh. I read it differently, but that's
But
sorry.
evidently, maybe the band is going to play in between the speakers, I guess, is why the
That's why they did it yesterday, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't think they were that clear about the two events being combined, you know,
Okay.
Yesterday.
I don't know, but I've been receiving emails ever since I expressed an interest.
Yeah. That's good stuff. Yeah, I signed up for that
So
too.
they're keeping those up even on
Hey,
the local
Kentucky.
walkout.
There's parking's all right because it's kind of rainy. The tourists are a little slow getting in. So, you know, just try to find your parking. Remember, it's free on Sunday if you're around the mall, etc., near the national monuments and the museums. So it's not too bad. I felt so far away when I was under that tree. I really did. So I want to
Well,
stay
you
here.
know what? Yeah.
I'm going to stay here.
This
This is amazing.
This is amazing.
Yeah. Whose stuff is that?
That's mine.
That's yours? Oh, good. Did you bring your sandwiches and stuff?
Well, we just brought easy to carry.
Yeah, that was smart. That was really smart. Oh, thank you, Lou. Thank you for that super sticker. God bless you. Everything helps. God bless you. Thank you.
Glory baby.
So, oh, Kentucky, since you're in here, I'm not under the tree anymore. I'm actually, that's the tree over there. That's the tree over there to the right of the stage. it's a little far away, and because they have the plexiglass for the protection of the speakers, this was a much better location. So I'm actually to the left. When you're looking at the stage, I'm to the left. I'm actually to the left. They do?
Do you think that's what that is?
No, I doubt it.
Oh.
It doesn't seem protected
They're
enough.
not going to go over there.
It doesn't seem protected. I think they go back to their tent over there and leave. Nobody yesterday did. That I saw anyway. Probably. What did I do? What's going on back here? Oh my God, it's still folded up. Is it ridiculous?
Still have
And it's all silver up here. Really? It's like half and half. I'm done. I'm not doing it anymore.
So you're not doing that. You know what? It's not good for your hair anyway. But you know what? I found it for free.
I just got really tired of it.
Jake still likes my hair.
Oh, I couldn't imagine you without it.
Me neither. I've gotten used to it.
So I got here about an hour and a half ago, and parking was fine. People are really starting to show up now. It's starting to fill up, so I'm getting here soon. Because I walked across lawns. Well, I was able to take sidewalk all the way.
Check 1, 2. Yeah, 2. Oh, you like that? When you hear the music.
You were getting beat up.
Check 1, 2.
Sorry.
No harm done.
Hello.
I'm so
This
sorry.
is good. Check 2, 1, 2. Yes, 2. Hey, 2. Hello. How are you? Washington, D.C. Fine people standing out in the rain. Bless you. This is the sound check. It's going to be good.
Yeah, right.
You're going to enjoy
This is the sound check. It's gonna...
We're the Defiant. Check 1, 2.
Sorry.
Hello.
I didn't bring my blanket because I figured it'd be hard to sit on the blankets, and it definitely is showing that way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are these your blankets?
No, these are ours.
Oh, wow. It's going to be hard for you to sit down, isn't it?
It's all wet now.
Oh, bless your heart. I guess they wouldn't let you dry it.
I'm good.
Right.
I don't plan on sitting anyway.
I plan on
Get this
sitting.
close. I didn't think we'd get this close. We should have brought our earplugs. We should have brought our earplugs. See, that's
Earplugs.
why you can't hear me. See? You listen to too much
Can't hear you
radio.
because of decades of this.
That's right. Me too. That's why I said I'm going to preserve the rest of it.
Guys, 2PC in the house.
Sound check.
Check yo! Check yeah! Whoa, it's good up here. Check yo!
I don't know how they do a sound check with the audience here.
Yeah, right.
That's great. What did I write? What did I write in there?
Hey, Darby. Hey. 2-2. Yes. Hey. Yeah. Check. 2-2. 2-2. Hey. Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know. I fixed it. I put in JFK.
You did.
I did. You guys, I think the world of RFKJr. I really do. He helped me make one of the most important decisions of my life.
There's no mic on that thing.
And that's all that's going to be said about that. I'm eternally grateful for his strong stance for our health and our children's health. He is an amazing person. I don't agree with all of his politics, but I don't agree with all of Donald Trump's either. You know, but the majority I do. Welcome from Mexico.
Yeah, up a little bit, please. Yay, hey, two.
I'm so grateful.
Two.
I'm so grateful.
Yes,
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Y'all make sure you hit that like button if anybody would like to contribute to help with the travel expenses. It's greatly appreciated. God bless each and every one of you. And we're just doing sound check at the
I'm now.
Rescue the Republic, Washington, D.C.
Check. I don't have my ears on. Check. Hey, thank you.
Look how the rain's falling. It almost looks like snow. Look at this.
Check. Yes.
It looks like snow.
Check, Peter.
Okay. Check out what.
The rain, it's coming down like snow. It's going every which way. It's so weird. MC, God bless you. Thank you so much. I love my bumbles.
Like you could care less. Good day, God bless.
Yep.
Indian, you okay? What you need? Are you okay? Say that again?
That was awesome. I loved it.
Sure.
I used to be punk rock. That was a long time ago. Used to be. That was a long time ago. I guess it's still in there.
Okay, on the way. Gotcha.
Yes, very talented. So people are still rolling in, y'all. The actual event doesn't start until 12 noon, and it's starting to fill up quick. People were smart getting here early. I'm trying not to get some people in there. Sorry. All right. Yeah, duck. Everybody duck. There we go. We got to give them a scoop every now and again. All right, you're good. I tried to be respectful, but y'all are out in public. What am I going to do?
Yeah, really. You gotta do something.
You want to wave? Hey, y'all! Patriots! Nice. I love it. We got awesome patriotic neighbors. Oh my God, this is where I'm going to be like all day. Everybody for themselves. I can't meet anybody under the tree. I'm to the left of the stage now because this is like primo spot. Cowgirl picked it. This is where I was yesterday. This is a good spot. Cowgirl gets the kudos.
Yeah, I tell you, on the way back on the convoy, right?
You are Cowgirl. You'll always be Cowgirl to me. I don't care what your real name is. Everybody calls me Glory Bee.
Glory Bee. Yeah, I was the only one not live streaming. You and Matt and Lisa were live streaming.
Yeah.
So I said, okay.
It was so good to see them and take our border back, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was so good to see all. And,
so
and
good
Lisa
to
happily married. Steve's a nice guy.
Unite and all take pictures again.
So great.
And
we've had amazing times. There's more people here that were in Hagerstown, and some of them did the TPC. And,
really?
And it was great. And we were joking last night. I piled them all in my van. My van's glamped out. Like they're all sitting on my bed in the back.
Oh, cool.
I had 5 people crammed in there. It was so much fun.
So they're still over there under the tree?
They haven't gotten here yet. I think they're taking a slow morning. I'm not going to worry about them. This is where I am. Tune in, follow the live stream. You'll get to me. If you can squeeze in. You are so welcome, Lou. I'm so grateful to be here for y'all. Thank you. There's food trucks and there's the delis and stuff, and then there's my cooler in my van. So we're all set. I've got my
constitutional evidence, the food trucks.
Yeah, food trucks. You know, everything's a little, you know, you're going to do some walking in DC. That's all there is to it. Trump's scheduled to speak at 2 p.m. as well, but he speaks when he wants to. That's right. Well, we're all adults. We can pick and choose where we want to be, or we can put on the TV, the laptop, and the phone and watch them all at the same time.
Where's he speaking at?
Where is he speaking today? I know he's, North Carolina yesterday, right?
I think so. I know he was Marsha Blackburn Friday, maybe.
Yeah. I'm not sure where he's speaking today. Where's he speaking today, Lou? Thank you so much, Belinda. God bless you. We got lots of people hopping on an early Sunday.
Dean, I got it. Forgive me.
Oh, in Pennsylvania. No, now he's doing Butler, Pennsylvania on the 5th, I thought. Am I yelling? I got earplugs in. He's doing Butler, Pennsylvania on the 5th. I'll go to that. Probably will.
All 3 of these ladies are original.
Oh, you think it's Erie? Okay. Maybe Erie. That's cool.
Erie today?
Yeah. We are family. You know it, Belinda. God bless. God bless, y'all. Y'all, I'm like so stoked to be here. It's drizzling on us. I don't care. I have an umbrella. I've got a chair behind me. I got friends around me. We're surrounded by patriots. We're going to have like so much fun today. barricade up here next to you?
No, I was just saying. He said he's got that flag. They got a flag.
Oh,
laying down there.
no. Oh, my gosh. I took your spot. Are you okay? You can use my chair if you want. We'll take turns. Sitting down. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a good one.
That's what we did here.
I'm so excited. All right, y'all, I'm going to point this at the tree. Let me know if you recognize anybody over there.
You can do anything, obviously. Yeah, let me know.
Do I need to go to the tree and get anybody? There's the tree. The tree is to the right of the stage. I'm to the left of the stage now because this spot is too good to leave. There's the tree. I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell when I zoom in. It's too fuzzy. It's too fuzzy.
Too fuzzy.
I don't think they're there yet. Maybe I should wander over there. Security's better than it was yesterday. I'm very glad to see that. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm very glad to see that.
Okay.
I'm glad that there's plexiglass.
Yeah.
The security is definitely better than yesterday. You know, with RFKJr coming, I'm very glad to see that they upped the ante. Security was fine yesterday for what it was. They upped the ante for today, which is really good. So I don't want to point out too much about security because we want to keep them as secure as we can. And me too. I'm not trying to get anything today. I don't want any drama.
No drama.
No. We're here to rescue the Republic, but no drama. Sort of doesn't make sense.
Yeah, lots of prayer.
You don't see Kentucky and Papa. No, I think they're still trying to park and figure out how to get Papa over here. Kentucky, if you're on here, bring Papa a chair. Make sure you bring his chair thing. He can roll right in.
I'm lucky enough to. I should have given
Yeah, he's got his scooter. Why wouldn't they bring his scooter? Do you have Kentucky's info? She could bring the scooter for him. He's got a scooter. Amen, Belinda. Yeah, we love RSBN. Absolutely.
I told you that when I went to Raleigh right after, we were going up to the Great Lakes in Michigan, and Mike knew that we were going to the Great Lakes, and he said, "Oh, you know what? Trump's having a rally right after the attempted assassination up there in Grand Rapids." He says, "You all should go up there." And he says, "No, that's too far off course." And then he looked at his GPS and he says, "No, really not so much." And I said, "Let's go." You know?
Oh, good.
So we went up there, RSBN.
Oh, that's
interview.
great. Oh, I love it.
I was going around, you know, you have to wind around that long line.
Nice.
And this guy, the camera was over here. I could handle it.
Yeah.
I don't like to
Hey,
watch
hey,
on
hey.
camera.
Yeah.
And here he was with his microphone like this, and I looked directly at him and was asking questions. He said, "I could talk to you for 2 hours." I'm like, no. I don't usually do this. You know, this
That's
is not
so
my
great,
thing.
though.
But
Aw.
yeah, there was a gentleman in line from Tennessee, and we really hit it off with him. And he kept saying, "Interview her, interview her." Well, I was talking to one of the guys that had a press box from RSBN and just chatting with him. He said, would you go on camera? Would you talk to us? And I said, no. And then here comes this man like this.
Oh my God,
And
that was
so
it.
I was, yeah. It's kind of like, you know.
You get interviewed a lot. People love you.
But you know what? It was like, it was just on TV. I know it wasn't something saved. It couldn't have been. It was live. So that's okay. And then I got interviewed at the same time Grand Rapids, from a French network. And I couldn't even understand what the lady was asking me.
Really?
And she was pointing. Oh no!
Oh, no.
She had such a heavy accent,
Yeah.
honey. I was like, "Are you kidding me? You don't talk Texan." Really.
That's funny. Oh my God. That's like somebody from like Scotland, like northern Scotland. It's a whole
Right.
other thing. You can't
Right.
understand a word they're
I
saying.
mean, she had such
It's like
a
part
heavy
Gaelic, part
accent.
English. Oh, there's Deepak. Love you, Deepak. He did such a nice job yesterday. I'm telling you, I was like just blown away. He is a really tremendous musician, and he's got a tenor vocalist with him that is just phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And I'm so glad you get to see him today. Good morning, Carol. Good to see you. You can leave it there. We just took over, didn't we? We took over. That's what we do. Good morning, Timmy Clark, Texas in the house. I got Texas standing next to me too. Good morning. Yep. Trooper and Sherry were coming. Kentucky and Papa will be here. We got all kinds of people. We got MAGA warriors coming in. All kinds of people coming in. I might go for an umbrella on this one. It seems like it's getting a little heavier. Is it getting heavier?
Early this morning through Gainesville. And that
Like, if you sit down, you're just looking at people's butts, you know?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rescue the Republic.
Woo!
This is where your voices are heard.
Yeah!
It's time to stand up.
Now they can't see.
Now you can't see.
No,
Let's
it's
have
not
a
gonna
warm
work.
welcome
It's not going to work.
for Dave Rubin and Jordan Peterson.
Yeah! Woo!
Hey, good morning, everybody.
It's only
Thank you.
11:12. Thank you, hon.
Thank you guys for weathering the weather. You're getting a little special preview of today's event, which officially begins at noon today, but we wanted to kind of tee things up. You guys know the long list of incredible speakers that'll be out here today, including this guy, Jordan Peterson, who's wearing 2 suits. That's how hard he's working. We've got Brett Weinstein and Heather Hying and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and Russel Brand.
Yeah!
And many other great speakers. And we are trying to figure out, guys, exactly what you're trying to figure out. Can we save this thing? Can we rescue this thing?
Yeah!
Can we restore this thing? That is what today is about, and we're thrilled that you guys came out early for us on this rainy day. So Jordan and I are just going to kind of diagnose some of the problems, talk a little bit about what you're going to see throughout the day today. And, well, Dr. Peterson, we haven't been on stage together in a couple of years, so this is very nice for me personally. What do you think? Can we restore? Can we save this republic? Where are we at?
Well, you know, I've spent a lot of time over the last years traveling all around the world, you know, and I've spent an awful lot of time in the United States. I've maybe been to 250 cities here, and lots of them more than once, and there's every reason to be stunningly optimistic, you know. I mean, the rate of technological transformation is posing all sorts of complex problems, but there's no reason to assume that you people in particular in the United States can't get on top of this. You've got on top of many things many times in the past. And so one of the things we've got to understand that although there are a multitude of problems that beset us, there's an unlimited field of opportunity. I mean, there's all sorts of things to consider very briefly in that regard. You know, when I was a young man, everyone was convinced, especially the Malthusian doomsayers, that the planet could only sustain at most 4 billion people and that there would likely be starvation even at that level by the year 2000. And now we have 8 billion and we'll peak out at about 9. by all appearances, and we've almost eradicated absolute poverty all around the world, and there's absolutely no reason whatsoever that that can't continue. And the technological miracles that are in front of us offer the possibility of a future of unlimited abundance and opportunity if we could shake the anti-human idiocy and the unnecessary guilt.
Yeah, right. Amen to that.
And I think, you know, one of the things that I've also concluded, and I think I've been more convinced of the truth of this all the time, is that which of those directions we go, up or down, isn't predetermined. It's a choice that we all have in front of us, including the choice that you all have in front of you. I mean, that sentiment is exactly why you're here today, because you believe that. And one of the things to walk away from this event with is renewed conviction that you have something to do. That's your responsibility and your adventure, and that's crucially important, and that if you don't do it, then you leave a hole in the world that won't be filled by anyone else. And so,
sounds good, Kentucky.
One of the things I hope that makes the movement that we're all trying to produce here potentially different from the typical top-down globalist utopian solutions is that it's your responsibility and your adventure. And if we do that properly, and you Americans have done a fantastic job of that for 200 years, then you can renew your country and the whole world, just like you have many times before in the past. So,
alignment that we're seeing right now, because it really is. It has the potential.
Sorry,
to
I had
save
to answer
the country.
a
I don't know
text
that anything else
message.
can.
well, I'm very optimistic about it, and also, I would say, very surprised about it in exactly the way you just described. I mean, first of all, we have this strange spectacle on the Republican side at the moment of a very influential group of people who are heading up the Republican movement, all of whom were essentially Democrats. And so that's a remarkable, now they're disaffected Democrats, and that even includes Trump to some large degree. It's certainly the case with Musk and Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy. And so that's, and so that's a remarkable thing to see. And I also think the Trump administration, the Trump presidential campaign has a real opportunity here too, because, one of the things that has concerned Americans who are doubtful about Trump over the last
umbrellas,
few years,
small
despite the fact that his
backpacks,
presidency,
water,
let's say, was marked by a remarkable
if you bring
peace,
snacks,
and
just
thank
in clear
God for that,
packaging, they ask.
was that
You're pretty much good. Bring chairs in. I'm not
was
in
his
the tree anymore. I'm to the left of the
let's say, to put
stage.
together a stellar team,
as you can tell,
and to be more than merely Trump himself. Not that he
yes,
doesn't,
bring
of course,
umbrellas
be
too.
reckoned
It's
with, but now
raining a little harder now.
he has aligned with him these people who are truly remarkable. Like, I can't imagine anything more revolutionary in the positive sense, for example, than a Department of Government Efficiency that was actually headed by Elon Musk. I mean, that's just one revolutionary possibility, which is a very, like, merely that
you
is
can
something
bring
of
small
singular
backpacks,
importance, but that's not all, because you have Kennedy, for example, already. He's already transformed the political landscape quite radically and quite suddenly,
just not too big,
turning everyone's attention to issues of public health, and that hasn't been a political issue, and it's really quite surprising, because there is an epidemic of ill health that besets America and the West in general. Obesity and insulin resistance, or diabetes, first and foremost among them. But we have no idea, none of us, we have no idea how much the malaise that affects the country, even politically, is a secondary consequence of ill health. And the fact that that's at least become a political issue now is notable and also revolutionary. And then with Tulsi Gabbard, you have a woman who I would say is everything that the Democrats hoped Kamala Harris would be. And so that's also a remarkable thing to see. So it would be lovely to see these X-Men that Trump has gathered around him, because that's also a very comical co-occurrence, to see the the Republicans, as they move forward toward the election, stress the fact of this team. I don't think that everyone has adjusted their, what would you say, conception of what's happening on the political stage to include the fact that this is now a stellar team, and to start to understand the significance of that. It's a really exciting thing to see, and I guess we're going to see some of that today, right? We're going to see how that's starting to play out.
All right. Just a regular size backpack, nothing too big. Whatever color, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and we should note, just even relative to where we're standing right now with the Washington Memorial behind us and the Jefferson Memorial and the Lincoln Memorial, that this country was founded on the idea that we were going to be different. We were going to be different and think different things. And I guarantee you, if we polled every single one of you out here, this would probably be the widest tent of political thought in America today. That is rare.
Well, the other thing that's interesting about this team, I think putting together a revolutionary team in the political landscape is always a dangerous thing, because mostly what you want from your political leaders when everything is working well is sort of calm and predictable stability, so that you can ignore the political and you can get on with your own life. And that'd be a lovely thing to see. And now you have in front of you a relatively revolutionary cabal of potential leaders, and there's peril in that. But one of the things that constrains that and hems that in the most appropriate possible way is the fact that all of the people who are putting themselves forward are patriots. They're American patriots. They're pro-human, and they're also very, very strong advocates for free speech. And if
Hey, Ruslan. Hey, Third.
One of the things I think that's very useful to understand about free speech is some of the things that are useful to understand about free speech is that in some ways it's a freedom among others. You're free to say what you want, even if you're a fool, even if you're a liar, partly because sometimes people don't know that they're lying, and sometimes they don't know that they're fools, and if they can speak freely, they can discover both of those. But it isn't only one freedom among many, and this is a very crucial thing to understand, because psychologically speaking, there isn't really any difference between free speech and thought. Like, if you're capable of thinking, then at least part of what you do when you're thinking is conduct a debate that's essentially free speech predicated in the confines of your own imagination. You divide yourself into more than one person. You put forward a party in your imagination that stands for different opinions, and you let those opinions speak to one another, and you debate. And the reason you do that is so that you can think something through clearly. And the reason you do that is so that you can act more efficiently and intelligently in the world. And so free speech, being not merely one freedom among many, is actually the mechanism by which human beings and societies compute the transforming horizon of the future. That's the edge that we live on. And if you interfere with free speech, then you interfere with the mechanism that allows people to transform and adapt. And if you do that, well, obviously you're going to stagnate and fail. Like, clearly. Now, it's a messy business, because when we're faced with what's truly unknown, we don't know what we're doing. We have to dispute and argue, and even intensely, and even in a way that will put people's feelings on the line. It's a lot better to have your feelings on the line than your life, you know?
Right. Absolutely. Amen to that.
And if you adopt the responsibility of maintaining that commitment to free speech, you can organize yourself psychologically, you can organize your marriage and your family, you can organize your communities, you can revitalize them, and you have in this team that's generated itself around Trump very, very fervent advocates for free speech. And that's another thing that America has to offer the world in terms of model, because of all the countries there are in the world, including my own country, which is failing dismally on the free speech front, and the UK, which is also in the same boat. There's nothing that you Americans have brought to the world that's more compelling and necessary than the primacy of freedom of thought and speech.
So why don't we see if we can put a little pressure on President Trump for a moment, because with this lineup and this group of people that you've just mentioned, maybe by round of applause we could see if we could fill some of those slots for him. So it sounds like Elon for governmental efficiency, we were down with that, that sounded right. He's already offered to do it for free, so that's pretty good. That's pretty efficient. How about, I don't know how much he's going to appreciate this, but we'll send RFK in to take out the CDC and the NIH. What do you think? Tulsi's definitely not going to be happy with me, but Secretary of Defense sounds right. Now, you, my friend, you're not American, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to at least be very pleased to be here. I mean, I've been in...
Wow, you became a politician right there. That was...
I spent a lot of time in Washington in recent years and in the United States over the course of my life, and it's a real privilege to be here. I mean, it's a remarkable thing to be here today and to be involved to any degree at all. And so, you know, I'll do what I can in any manner that I can, including what we're all going to do today, and hopefully this will work out wonderfully.
You got emotional.
So I think since we're going to mostly talk about solutions today, it's going to be a day of solutions. It's going to be a day about how to restore this republic, how to get healthy, how to focus on free speech, all of these things. What do you see as beyond free speech, which you just illustrated, what do you see as something that we really could... Everything.
I've been thinking this through in a broad way, partly with this Alliance for Responsible Citizenship that I've been involved in the UK, and we've been trying to bring centrist conservatives and classic liberals together, the people who occupy the 90% of the middle that defines the United States in the most positive way, but also the Western world in general. And you know, we thought of many things that seem relatively straightforward and obvious. I mean, one of the things you guys really have going for you is inexpensive energy. You know, the UK, people in the UK and in Germany now, they're spending 5 times as much per unit of energy as you are. And that's
Hang on, y'all, I'm trying to put rain guard
on the economic side. And this is something that really annoys me about the leftists in particular, because expensive energy is absolutely devastating to the poor. And in principle, the progressive types are advocates for the poor and the dispossessed, but there isn't anything worse that you can do to the poor and dispossessed in the West and also in the world at large, particularly in places like Africa, than make energy expensive. And we have plentiful, the US, you guys have been so remarkable in this, with the fracking revolution in particular, producing this immense, vast storehouse of very, very inexpensive energy, in particular natural gas, that's also extremely clean, especially compared to the sorts of fuels that people burn alternatively, like coal or biofuels like dung in places like Africa, which are terribly polluting indoors in particular and killed many, many people. And so cheap energy, that's be a huge benefit. Cheap, expensive, plentiful, reliable energy from whatever sources we can derive it, nuclear, fossil fuel, and if the renewables can get themselves together without subsidy and start to play a contributing role, well, so much the better. But cheap energy is a big one. I think another thing that's very much worth concentrating on, this is something Musk has been trying to bring to the forefront of public attention. It's going to become a vast issue, is that the birth rate across the United States and the West in general is cataclysmically low. It's a terrible thing, and you know, many, many young people are without relationships, without intimate relationships, many without children, no multi-generational continuity, and no concentration on the family. And for the vast majority of people, especially sensible people, sensible, sane, hopeful, forward-looking people, there isn't anything more vital and meaningful and necessary than their family. And part of, you know, awesome. Dave was talking about the problems that beset us, and Musk has pointed this out too. There's a profoundly anti-human sentiment that drives the more pathological end, say, of the green movement. And there's reasons to be environmentally concerned, don't get me wrong, but telling people that you shouldn't have children because it's bad for the planet, I really can't think of anything more malevolent, almost nothing more malevolent than that. That's an appalling sentiment. And young people obviously are sufficiently demoralized so that they're not having relationships or children. And any society that doesn't put, let's say, mother and child first and foremost as something approximating a sacred image is doomed. I'll mention one more issue that I think is relevant too. You know, like, there is one thing that the left and the right agrees on. You know, it's a strange thing, and the commonality here is not often pointed out. But, you know, the left is very skeptical of big corporations, or at least used to be. And the right is very skeptical of big government. And it doesn't take a real genius to point out the fact that both sides are skeptical of big. And right, and there's something to really be said about that, because one of the problems that occurs when organizations grow beyond their suitability is that they start to capture the systems that are supposed to regulate them. And you see the emergence of a kind of corporation, governmental agency, media fascism. And fascism is derived from a word that means to bind together. And when the giants at the top start binding together, you're in a dynamic that looks something like tyrant and slave. And so one of the things that everybody, especially on the American side, could come together and agree about is that we have to be very careful that our radically successful enterprises, media, government, and corporations, don't get so top-heavy and gigantic that they start tromping around blindly and destroying everything. And that's a completely bipartisan issue, and one that's necessary to address.
So we've got about 3 more minutes here, and then we're going to kick off the day. I just want to say one other thing, and then I'm going to give Jordan the last word, because that's what you do when you're on stage with Jordan Peterson. Which is that, you know, we've been in this game for quite some time, and we've seen these trends, and we've been calling out a lot of this early on. But I can feel something in this crowd right now, just with the diversity of hats and the way you guys have applauded and everything else, that I have not seen. You know, I did not vote for Donald Trump the first time around. I voted for the Libertarian candidate. I did vote, obviously, for Trump the second time around. And it was because I went to a rally in 2016. 2020. I went to a rally, and I saw this. I saw a group of people who love the country, who want to set the differences aside, who don't care.
Man.
Who don't care about all the little things that divide us. We can get to that, but we got to save this thing first. And that's what I see the seeds of being planted right here. That's why it's an honor and a pleasure to kick off today with you. And I will give Jordan the last word.
So the last word, all right. So, you know, it's as I said, it's a stellar opportunity and an honor for me to be in DC again and speaking in this platform and in this country. And, you know, maybe I have a viewpoint of the United States that's useful just as a bit of an outsider. You know, there's so many things that you people speaking generally got right, and there's a real pervasive doubt in the West. You know, I see people in the UK, for example, right now debating whether or not Great Britain has a culture, which is, and I saw the same thing, for example, in the Netherlands, and these stellar countries that have these deep, abiding, profound traditions, many of which affected the manner in which your own country developed, you know, and I see this pervasive doubt in the West about the validity of our own foundations, and I've investigated that psychologically for a very long time.
This live streamer's already
here. I do believe that there's many things that we got profoundly right that can't be abandoned. The notion that each person is made in the image of God and has a value that's intrinsic outside the political. You know, and that's true for man and woman alike. That's a revolutionary proclamation, and any society that fails to accept that immediately degenerates into something like a tyranny. So we got that right. The notion that free speech is necessary for the reasons that we already described, that it maintains and sustains and expands both the psyche and the state, that's right. These are foundational realities. The notion that individual sacrifice is akin to responsibility, that's associated with adventure, and that the sacrifices that you make on behalf of your own well-being, your wives and your husbands, your children and your communities, that's actually the foundation of civilization, right? Yes. The sacrificial gesture is the foundation of civilization. Yes. That's exactly right. Yes. And one of the things that we could walk away from this rally with is a renewed understanding and appreciation for the fact that the fundamental ground under our feet is as firm and rock solid as it could possibly be, and that if we could advance into the future with what a kind of a faithful, courageous optimism rather than a naive optimism, that there's absolutely no limits to what we can do. And you can see that expressed by someone like Musk, because Musk is literally aiming at the stars, and there's a fair bit of performance in that, right? It's like, what's humanity capable of? Like the moonshot demonstrated, for example. What can we do if we set our minds to it? And the answer seems to me is that there's an unlimited future of possibility and no necessity for that Malthusian limited resource, zero-sum dismal power game that seems to beckon as the alternative. So, courageous optimism and appreciation for our foundations. That's a lovely sentiment to end.
Yes!
You know, it was really great. Just as Jordan was saying that, I don't know if you guys can see it behind the stage here, but somebody unfurled a giant half Canadian, half American flag.
Yeah!
And I think that's their way of saying you're welcome. You're welcome here, my friend. Guys, thank you very much for coming out. This is just the beginning of this. Make some noise for Jordan Peterson. Let's make America healthy again, right?
Very nice to see you all.
Awesome. That was so great. Oh my gosh, y'all. If we weren't here early, we would have missed that. Yes. That was so great. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. Inside my bag is a red, white, and blue. It's the American flag fan. Yeah, it's in the bigger one that's closer to my body. Yeah.
I'm in the bigger one.
Oh my gosh, what would I do? You guys, Cowgirl's my personal assistant today. Yes. Give her the big thumbs up. God bless you.
If I could get in.
Oh, you know why? Because I have it latched. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm here. The rally's now.
It's easier.
Not inside this little pouch.
No.
But I did that.
Yeah, you just have to unhook the carabiner.
Right now.
Yeah, just unhook the carabiner and then you can unzip it. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm getting situated to where I won't need any help. But I thought if I'm going to have a fan out to cover the phone from the rain, I want it to be the American flag.
Yeah, really.
And it'll have white on it, like plastic, like this.
God.
Yay! Oh my goodness, that's awesome. And then you can use, or you can use it either way. All right, y'all. Look, we brought our American flag. Yes. That'll also keep the rain off of y'all. Thank you. And the carabiner is on. Is it through all four zippers? That's my lock.
Yeah, it's. I mean.
Did you put Did you put it back through all those loops? There's four loops.
It's locked back.
Oh, that's awesome.
4 loops. Oh,
yeah, 4 loops.
Okay.
So the one that you undid, yeah, that goes back in there too. Because that's a lock. Because you can feel people if they mess with it.
Oh yeah.
Because I can't carry it on my front. My chest's too big. My chest darn too big. I can't carry it on my front. Drank too much milk. Too much milk and ice cream. Thank you. Now we got our flag. Yay! We got our flag. Ooh. Actually, I'm standing next to a flag, cowgirl. This is our American flag. Did you bring earplugs?
No,
I might have some in that small. I might in that small pack.
When
in the small. It's like a tube with the orange one, you know, with the orange ones in it. Or actually, you know what? Look in my chair. There's some in my chair in that pocket there.
I got one.
Yeah. Yep, I tried to show y'all. They had already put it down. I'll show you everything I can. It was behind the stage. But by the time he told us and I turned it around, they put it away.
I'm doing it for my just joking.
Have you got any food wraps for me? Whatever you got.
I got earplugs. Y'all need them? What is happening in my hair? Oh, there's a kite flying by the Washington Memorial.
Introduce someone named Spirit. Give it up for Spirit. You can find him at Spirit Raps. He wrote a viral song called OMG, which went viral. It shows all the canceled musicians and artists. James O'Keefe, everybody. And he's going to sing you guys his song. His video is going to be playing, so check it out. Spirit Raps. Give it up, everybody.
Yeah!
Great to be here. It's an
That was
honor.
Deepak. He was terrific.
It's an honor. It's an honor. I'm going to perform a song called OMG. I got inspired when they took James O'Keefe off of his company. And I'm not famous or a billionaire, but I do have talent, and this is my way of aiding in the culture war. And so I hope you enjoy. They're currently finding the video as we speak. So as they find the video, I would like to tell everyone in the audience, if you're also thinking about doing something, I encourage you to do it. You don't have to be famous. You don't have to be a billionaire. You just have to have courage and take action. And the world would be a better place if you take action. If just one of you in this audience take action and do the right thing, the world would be a better place.
That's
right. And so, do not wait. Don't wait for the money. Don't wait for the fame. Don't wait for the connection. You can do it right now. You can do it.
God bless you.
I'm only on this stage because I did it. And the organizer, Matthew Toon, he saw the video. He was like, okay, let me get you on, you know.
Cool.
And, you know, I could only dream to be on the stage like this in front of all you people. I'm honored. I'm so honored. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I found it.
They got it. They found the video. That's good. All right, let's play it. Let's do it. I'm from a different time period. Someone asks, where am I from? I'm here to create a new renaissance.
All right. Hey, Birdie, that's me. Good to see you. God bless you. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Jazz777. Thank you. He was really good yesterday.
That's what
prices. I'm dropping heat into climate crisis. United States to get mad, divided, so I'm spreading love just like a virus. I'm in that love like a mad scientist. I follow money, they follow the science. Feel like I'm David, I'm slaying the giants. We need a moment of silence. I make them OMG like my name was James O'Keefe. Tell Dr. Fauci that I'm built differently. I survived the pandemic. I ain't need no vaccine. I'm a Pastor Paul. See, I'm talking about the CCT. I'm the other side's worst case scenario. Yeah, I'm that central
Decay step down.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah. We are rescuing the Republic. Communism is trying to attack. We are rescuing the Republic from communism.
Amen.
I created my video with AI. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to learn from me, just DM me AI at Spirit Raps at any of my channels. Instagram, Twitter, I will teach you. And let's do this. The Renaissance is here.
Give it up one more time for Spirit. I have the pleasure now of announcing. My name is Deepak, by the way. I'll be playing a little bit later. But give it up for yourselves out there, everybody. I'm going to have the pleasure of introducing a dear brother of mine named Gary Lynham from Human Garage. Who's heard of Human Garage? That's right. These guys are traveling the world, healing the people from the inside out. He's going to come and share with you some things, and we're going to work together for the next 10, 12 minutes on some self-healing. So let's bring out Gary Lynham, everybody.
Right.
Hey everybody, welcome! Rescue the Republic, let's hear it!
Nice, Mark.
This is personal health sovereignty. Yeah! It's time to take back our right and our ability to care for ourselves. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, let's do a little bit here today. Come on, everybody. I want you to do me a favor. Rub your hands together. And what we're doing is open up the fascia on your hands, get nice and warm. This is how we communicate. When you rub your knuckles. And then I want you to rub your fingernails together. And clap your hands really loud. Hard. Really hard. Thank you. You're healed.
Yeah.
Okay, stand in place if you can. Just sway your body back and forth. Yeah. Because when you move your body, you're healthy. But we don't move very much anymore, do we?
Not enough.
Okay, so with our hands, I want you to follow something with me. Take your right hand, put it on your belly button, go to your right 2 inches, and down, right above your right hip. And imagine this is an antenna. Take your left hand, put it on your neck. There you go. Okay, now we're going to breathe in together 6 times, 3 through the mouth and 3 through the nose. So with me, breathe in. Again. Again. Through your nose 3 times. 2. 3. Say, I'm letting go of the grief that I'm holding in my body. Shake your hands out. You guys are awesome. You guys all care about yourselves, right? Yeah, this is a movement of self-caring. We have 30 million people around the world, millions of people online. Yes, we have been censored a lot. We got shut down recently, but we're back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we teach people how to heal their body around the world free of charge. We're on a worldwide tour, and you guys are a part of this. Woo! Yes. Woo! Take your right hand, put it underneath your right rib cage here. This is your liver. This is action and anger. Take your left hand, put it back up. Breathe in through your mouth. 2. 3. Through your nose. 2. 3. Okay, say I'm letting go of the anger.
I'm letting go of the anger.
I'm turning it into action.
I'm turning it into action.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Watch how your brain starts to clear. You feel a little bit better.
That's what I'm talking
And
about.
it's awesome that it's raining here. That connects us, right? Okay, take your right hand, put it on your left side of your rib cage. Pull the skin to the center. This is your stomach. It's all about belief. Breathe in through your mouth. 2. 3. Through your nose. 2. 3. Say, I'm ready to believe in myself.
Believe in Jesus.
Words are very powerful. They program us all the time. Move your hands. These are how we process emotions. And you know, we don't raise our hands anymore unless we're like being arrested. Been there. Or unless we're at a concert. But moving our hands and our shoulders are what keep us healthy. So go down to your left hip. Pull the skin up towards the center. This is for all you overthinkers. Okay? None of you out there. Okay, breathe in. 2, 3. Through your nose. 2, 3. Say, I no longer need to overthink. To feel safe. I feel safe.
I feel safe.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Move those hands again. I know you're packed in place, but move your feet a little bit. You guys are awesome. I can tell you really want to be here.
Yeah!
When we are healthy inside, we have healthy exteriors. And it's easy to learn how to help yourself. We put videos on all over with millions of people that are learning self-care. People that are coming out and actually healing themselves from vaccine injuries, as an example. Take your right hand, put it right down into your bladder. Okay? Put your left hand up here. Say, hello, bladder.
Hello, bladder.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
The bladder's about fear. So breathe in. 2, 3. Through the nose. By doing this, 2, 3. Say, I'm letting go of the fear that I'm holding in my body.
Letting go of the fear that I'm holding in my body.
Right now.
Right now.
Yeah, move your hips around. Yeah. Get everybody moving their hips. But don't hit the people beside you. Okay. And see, as we bring these 10 organs into focus, as we bring these organs into focus, then you'll start to clear your head. Everybody feel a little clearer right now? Yeah? Let me hear. Yeah. Okay. Take your right hand, put it on your right rib cage. Okay, this is your kidney. Say hello, kidney.
Hello, kidney.
Okay, take your left hand, reach over, lean over to your left. Turn your head to the right. Take 3 short breaths, go. Now take 6 breaths. 2, 3. Through your nose. 2, 3. Come on up. Feel the right side of your body compared to the left.
Yeah. That's Deepak playing the guitar.
Take your left hand.
He's a terrific musician. You'll hear him.
Put it on your left side. Throw that over, pull down, lean over to your right, turn your head to the left. And breathe in. 2, 3. Through your nose. 2, 3. Okay. Take your left hand, put it right on your spine, your thumb there. That's for your spleen. That's all about worry. Take your right hand here, put your chin to your chest, and lean on your right foot. That's your spleen. Say, hello, spleen.
Hello, spleen.
I know what you mean.
I know what you mean.
Breathe in through your mouth. 2, 3. Through your nose. 2, 3. Say, I'm letting go of the worry that I'm holding in my body.
Letting go of the worry story that I'm holding in my body.
And watch your mind clear. Come on up.
Analog.
Okay.
Do the hokey pokey. Do the hokey.
Okay, so what we want to do is we want to get ready for everybody. So we're going to sync all of us together into one big sync. If you can do it, yeah, let's do it.
Awesome.
Because healing happens in community. It doesn't happen alone. And healing doesn't make, when we want to heal, we're sick, we want to retreat. But when we come out, we heal. So take your right foot, cross it over your left. It's going to be a little tricky for some of you. Take your right hand, put it in your left. Take your left hand on top. Turn your head to the left and your body to the right. Okay, now what we're going to do is take 6 breaths together. 3 through the mouth. Breathe in. 2. 3. Through the nose. 2. 3. Turn your body to the left and your head to the right. Breathe in through your mouth. 2. 3. Through the nose. 2. 3. Unravel yourself and feel a little bit high. Yeah, you feel high? That's what feeling high on your own supply is. And sometime you're gonna feel so good they're gonna want to regulate it. You can only do this once a day. We have a worldwide movement that's helping people learn how to heal their body with over 30 million people, with 4 million people on platforms, and with over 1 million practitioners prescribing this. These are movements that you can do to heal your own body. Check out humangarage.net, and all of our programs worldwide are free. Thank you, everybody. Welcome. Appreciate you all.
Thank you guys, everybody. Give it up one more time for Gary Lynham, Human Garage.
Yeah!
And that's the real Maha right there. We're here for Maha, a lot of people, right? Make some noise for Maha. So, making the world healthy again. That's one of the ways you can do it right there. Want to give it up? All right. We're about to start the main show in just 2 minutes. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Make some noise for yourselves for being here. Rescue the Republic!
Did it feel good?
Right, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, freedom fighters. You can do it. Make America healthy again.
We have quite the lineup for us today, and it's going to be great. I mean, I just got back from an LGBTQ plus rally for Hezbollah. It was on the roof. And
oh no!
Let that sink in for a second. We're going to have a great day for you. There's going to be a lot of impressive speakers. We're going to ask everybody to. You guys are fantastic. We're going to ask you, through you, you will be our ambassadors to open up people's hearts and their minds.
All right.
To protect what this is and this hallowed ground that we stand upon. The freest, greatest experiment in freedom in the history of the world. And it does require our eternal vigilance now more than ever. But I am not worried. I know that God has given us this great opportunity to recharge ourselves, to ask us what we want as a nation, as a community, as a family, and as individuals. We want to continue this for the next generation and for our grandchildren. And that decisions that we make this November are going to help continue this freedom moving forward.
The crowd is huge. It goes all the way back to the sidewalk.
The great people who founded this country never asked and
These
never
are reserved seats up here.
They didn't say that they wanted a perfect union. They wanted the opportunity for a better union. And that's what we have here. Now, we're going to have a lot of speakers coming up. We'd like to start this off with a little music, just to warm your bones right now, as it's a little wet out there. They have a new album called Revolution. Please welcome our good friends and freedom fighters, Skillet!
People behind the stage as well. Huge crowd. And it's not even started yet. It's starting right now. 12 million. Thank you all so much for joining us.
We're still waiting for Skillet. All right. They're just finishing a prayer, and then they're coming. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, here they are. Please welcome, they just did a nice prayer. Please welcome Skillet.
Loud up in here, y'all. Here we go. Stand up and dance. All right. Woo!
How you guys doing today? Oh, it is good to be here. Let's get this thing started. If you know it, sing it with me. I feel it, it makes a power. 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 Oh, good morning. You ready for a good day? I got here, I said, whoa, it smells like freedom! We're here to have a good time and to stand up for this great country and the principles that started it.
This is the resistance.
How many people join the resistance today? Come on! Whoa! I'm a million faces from together made for elevation. I'm a soldier, I won't surrender faith, cause I defy the never burns to embers. Who's gonna stand up first for the fight? Voice of the unheard. Who's gonna break these chains of lies? Love is the answer. I gotta speak it, believe it, that's how I feel inside. I can't sit here quiet. We can take it, we can take it, when we quiet from my hold that choice. This is how we are you listening, sleeping, and the shadows could be making history? Through the firewall, come the water, used to feel safe, but now you are a conqueror. They can take my heart, they can take my blood, when you cover from the cold that chest. This is how we enter. Heavy as a hurricane, louder than a freight train. This is how we enter. Heart is beating faster, it feels like thunder, magic spell. Resistance.
That was intense.
That was amazing.
That was so
That we are the
I'm still
resistance.
vibrating. You guys, we were right up in front and we got the speakers, like the speakers are right here. And it was like lifting me up with the music. Everyone around me agrees. Oh my, I'm 20 miles away and can hear the event. That's awesome. I believe it. That's intense. That was intense. Oh my God, that was really cool. They were high energy. I was taking notes. Yeah, I totally dig that. That was cool. Holy cow. More people showing up all the time, you guys. I mean, it just started at 12 noon was the official start time. These are serious patriots who love their constitutional republic. So grateful to be here and be a part of this. I got some in the car. If I run to the car, I'll bring cheese. I should have brought my backpack cooler. You all smart. I don't want to step on anything down here. What am I going to squish? Put it in my chair. Set it up in my chair. Or no, I don't know.
So wherever they look really cool.
Holy cow.
It was freezing,
Sorry,
secure our national borders.
Oh my God, y'all.
Doing nothing to protect
Thank you, Carol, from Big D. Love you, Big D. God bless you. Wish you were here. I know you wish you were here too.
Restore critical thinking and education.
I think that the time for change is now, and
I can see the stage from down here.
Above all, break our addiction to war.
The nuclear threat is an emergency of the highest order, and we are all in the crosshairs of this emergency.
Look
we
out,
must set aside our differences, work together to fire those warmongering politicians from both political parties.
Oh my God, this is the best seat in the house.
Everybody from the right, everybody from the middle coming together to realize that we have more in common than divides us.
What unites us is so much stronger than anything that divides us.
We are a country of love. We are a country that care about people.
The one thing that brings us together here today is that we value life.
Every single principle on which the West is based is under simultaneous threat. We must defend the West.
2020 is the code for healthy vision. It is also the year we were given the eyes to see. Today, the curtain has been pulled back to reveal the liars at the levers. They are masters of deception, hell-bent to divide and conquer.
Some radicals on the far right.
He's gonna get snacks on my head.
To use the art of
I brought pepper jack cheese too.
as they trick us. Nearly every war we have fought was
She's done Unraveled already. If anybody can't see it, that Kamala Harris is Unraveled.
Controlled by a murderous tyrant.
as their empire of lies is collapsing. They are becoming increasingly desperate and dangerous.
Oh no!
The alliance that's been formed to chill us all to the bone.
Their reckless war games have united a deadly alliance. Everything we have fought for, everything we've
Do I
earned,
have food in there?
and everything we love is under
No, I've
attack.
got a cooler full in my car.
At
I had a
what
big
point
breakfast
do
on the
we
way
say
in. I heated up some potatoes and made some eggs.
is enough? Now is the time for the American people to wake up and rise up. A rebel alliance is forming in the name of liberty and life. People of every color, culture, creed, and ideology are putting politics aside to secure the 8 pillars of peace and freedom. End the weaponization of science and medicine.
If there is risk, There must be choice.
Cease the expansion of surveillance and propaganda.
They are killing us with censorship and propaganda.
Stop central bank digital
Y'all, it
currency.
is amazing to be here. I am. Hi, Jericho. Good to see you. Yes.
Political abuse of our judicial system.
What we are demanding is, in fact, the restoration of the rule of law.
Secure our national borders.
I'm tired of the United States doing nothing to protect the American people.
Protect our children.
To defend our children and to save an entire generation.
Restore critical thinking in education.
I think that the time for change is now, and enough is enough.
And above all, break our addiction to war.
The nuclear threat is an emergency of the highest order, and we are all in the crosshairs of this emergency.
We must set aside our differences, work together to fire those warmongering politicians from both political parties.
Everybody from the left, everybody from the right, everybody from the middle coming together to realize that we have more in common than divides us.
What unites us is so much stronger.
A country that care about people.
The one thing that brings us together here today is that we value life.
Every single principle on which the West is based. We must defend the West. The West.
All right.
USA! 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 USA!
All right, that's great. That's okay. All right. It's great to see such a wonderful sea of people out here. A great mix of people. Medical freedom fighters.
Woo!
Champions of free speech.
Yeah!
MAGA people. Make America healthy again, people. It's great to see Joe Biden walking by in his pajamas. And of course, also mingling amongst us in the crowd today, FBI agents dressed up as white supremacists. It's great to have you here, gentlemen, wearing the same khaki pants. The anniversary of January 6th is fast approaching. January 6th is, as Kamala Harris and the Democrats call us, systematically racist because of the color of our skin, flood our cities with migrants to drain our resources, and try to bully us into repeating robotically repeated phrases like trans women are women. You can call yourself a trans woman all you want. It doesn't matter, because when you turn 50, someone is still going to have to check your prostate.
Oh my
50-year-old
God.
trans woman, you're still going to get the finger.
Oh.
Children cannot consent to puberty blockers. Do you remember how awful those gay conversion therapy sessions were? Bad, right? Trying to talk someone out of being gay. Well, do you know what's way worse? Cutting off the breasts of young girls and mutilating young boys and poisoning them with castration puberty blockers. This is being embraced by the LGBTQ plus community. Now, in our society, 14-year-old girls aren't allowed to drive, vote, get a tattoo, buy a gun, see an R-rated movie, or join the army because they aren't mature enough to make decisions like those. Yet in democratic states, they can choose to make decisions that can make them permanently infertile. In America, you can't even rent a car until you're 25 years old.
Really?
Yeah, really.
What does Avis, Hertz, Alamo, and Enterprise know that the Democrats and the medical establishment seem so ignorant about? Now, whether Republican or Democrat wins this November, it'll mean nothing if we don't get Americans healthy again. But I must admit, if you're going to be fat in America. Because in America, no matter how fat you are, you can always feel good about yourself. Because in America, if you're fat, all you have to do is wait 4 minutes, 5 tops, before you see somebody that's way fatter than you are. It's like, man, I feel terrible, but look at that piece of crap. How is that even standing?
Oh, no.
We are here today because we love our country and we see it sliding into perilous waters where the hurricane of tyranny threatens to drown our cherished liberties, where in a country that, in its current system of elections, only allows 2 political parties, and one of those parties, the Democratic Party, has disguised itself as the party of the people, as the party of decency and truth, of protecting democracy, of peace, of being the savior of women's rights, of being the party of the worker. Nothing could be further from the truth. Democrats are no longer the party of the people. They no longer represent the working class, they represent the moneyed class, the new aristocracy, the expert class with the 3 letters next to their names, PhD. They collude with tech companies and use censorship to silence those that dare disagree with the authoritarian policies. They use lawfare to attack and imprison their political enemies. They close small businesses, churches, while they leave open big businesses, liquor stores, and strip clubs, which I'm grateful for. They fire soldiers, frontline doctors, and nurses for refusing to take a universal gene therapy, and they no longer use the term "my body, my choice," do they? Because it isn't. They consider it your body is their choice. They allow 10 to 20 million people to illegally cross over our border, bus and fly them to places where nobody in those communities voted for them to come. Instead of protecting women, they allow narcissistic men to invade their safe spaces like bathrooms, locker rooms, prisons. They deplete our nation's treasure by continuing to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on forever wars that push the world closer to World War III. It's the closest to World War III since John F. Kennedy was president. The average American now has to choose between buying groceries or buying gas. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz do not believe that free speech is our most basic right guaranteed under our First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, our Bill of Rights. They mistakenly call free speech a privilege. They are in error. To quote my friend Andrew Doyle, free speech is the marrow of democracy. Without it, no other liberties exist. It is detested by tyrants because it empowers their captive subjects. It is mistrusted by Puritans because it is the wellspring of subversion. Unless we are able to speak our minds, we cannot innovate or even begin to make sense of the world. It is important that we reach out to people beyond our political affiliation to save our country. It is not about party, it is about nation. And I will leave you with this story. For people who want to divide us into Democrat and Republican, it's one snake with 2 heads. Now, all you need to know about America and the character of America is when you see disasters like just happened this week in Florida. During the floods, when people are standing on top of their roofs to be rescued, and the people in boats are coming by to rescue those people standing on the roofs. Here's what the people in the boats are not saying. Are you a Democrat or Republican up there? A Republican? Oh, a Democrat? Well, this is a Republican boat. Yeah, the Democrat vote should be coming pretty quickly. Good luck with that. It's a kayak. It's better for the environment. All right, thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep this going now. I'm honored to be with you. Now, let us welcome to the stage a first responder, Steve Slepcevic. He is CEO of SRP 24 and Sabre Security. 35 years of responding to some of America's greatest disasters. As a matter of fact, he just got back this morning from Florida, where his first responders and security teams are working tirelessly to help those in need and keeping us here safe today. Please welcome Steve Slepcevic.
Hey y'all, good to see you. God bless you. Grateful to have you here. What an amazing,
It's so good to see all you beautiful, fearless, loving patriots standing in the rain. While millions are watching online,
don't worry about
we're making history here today. Yeah, you know, it's interesting, right? DC. Great show to keep people from coming here. This is our capital. This is our land. My name is Steve Slepcevic, and it's a great honor for me to stand here beside you today. Each of you is not just a spectator. You're a defender that has taken a committed stand for something much greater than ourselves. Today we gather to ignite a fire of unity and rescuing our republic, to secure a brighter future for our children, to restore our land, our food, and our values that made this country a beacon of light and freedom in a very dark world. Before we begin, I want to draw your attention to the distant perimeter. Out there, you will hear a powerful sound of pipes and drums that are going to be cutting through the air as they move their way towards the stage. Tell you a little bit about what this represents. These are the firefighters from every corner of our great republic. Some have come from the streets of Los Angeles, other from the city that never sleeps, New York. From Kentucky to North Carolina, from Florida to Maryland, and yes, some from right here in our nation's capital. They've traveled here at their own expense, but more importantly, they're here to remind us of something we seem to have forgotten. The power of standing together in unity for freedom. Among these ranks, firefighters, doctors, parents, advocates, and many Americans who've lost almost everything. Careers, medical licenses, life savings, friends and family, because they refused to submit to mandates that violated their principles and their bodily autonomy. Some even carrying the flag that were pressured into taking a failed government experiment that has left them severely injured, forced into medical retirement. They are you. These courageous men and women stood on the front lines during the pandemic, risking their lives to save others, and yet were cast aside when they defended their freedoms. Folks, silence is compliance.
That's right.
They were not silent, and they never will be. They continue to fight, standing before you as living testaments to the resilience and an unbreakable spirit. To those among us who serve as firefighters, paramedics, doctors, nurses, law enforcement, military, and our amazing veterans, please raise your hands and be recognized.
Woo! God bless
you. You stood in the gap for us. You put your lives on the line to protect the American people every hour of every day. And a new day may be coming. that we're going to count on each and every one of you to tune in and listen to your Holy Spirit that's within you. You are the reason we sleep peacefully at night. And for that, we thank you. Let us give these bravest of souls the deepest appreciation they deserve.
Yeah!
As these firefighters make their way to the stage, I want to draw your attention to two American flags they carry with them. The larger 25-foot flag brought here by New York firefighters tells a powerful story, a story of courage in the face of tyranny. During the mandates, these firefighters from FDNY, a group called Bravest for Choice, led thousands of Americans across the Brooklyn Bridge in peaceful protest against political overreach. Their actions sparked a movement, one that rose from the ashes of despair and ignited hope for millions. Meanwhile, across the country in Los Angeles, another powerful group called Firefighters for Freedom stood against the same forces, locking arms, fighting for their right to serve without having their freedom stripped away. From the West Coast to the East Coast, from the North to the South, joining forces in our nation's capital, alongside an amazing group of frontline doctors that represent thousands of doctors and nurses around the world who took an oath to do no harm. And simply say enough is enough. Please welcome these amazing doctors. Asim Malhotra, Monica Webby, Rodney Cole, Renato Remy Moon, Robert Malone, Pierre Corey, Kimberly Biss, Craig West, and John Witcher. These are your heroes right here. These are your doctors that weren't afraid to speak out and would not be silenced. I'm going to bring your attention back towards the firefighters this moment. The massive flag you see before you has flown over many battles for liberty. Today it resembles and symbolizes the reason we are gathered here to rescue our republic. Each of us, no matter how small our actions may seem, creates a ripple that builds into a wave of change. Today we are that tsunami, moving as one heartbeat, one breath. Now there's a second flag, smaller but no less significant. It bears the signature of every firefighter who's traveled here today. Leading this flag is a fire axe, a custom piece dedicated to the memory of fallen Fire Chief Corey Competero of Pennsylvania. Chief Competero gave his life protecting his family during the failed assassination attempt on President Donald J. Trump on July 13th, 2024.
Corey!
Today we honor him not just as a fire chief, but as a father, a brother, a son, and a true patriot who laid down his life for this country. This flag, along with the memorial axe, will soon be presented to his family. Woo! And we are privileged to witness the first steps of this solemn journey here today. Patriots, our republic is under attack, but not from external enemies. The greatest dangers lie within, by those who seek to divide us, control us, and silence us. We are one. We are God's children.
Hallelujah.
Make no mistake, this republic was forged in the fires of defiance, and today we stand as heirs to that legacy. We will not surrender. We will not back down. We are rising up using our voices to speak truth and do good in the world. Just as these brave firefighters stood together, we are taking a stand to restore our nation to its founding principles. One nation, under God, with liberty, indivisible. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah.
If not now, when? If not here, where? If not us, who? Now's the time to act, not tomorrow, not next week, today. Each of you carries a spiritual flame within you all to reignite member. You are that powerful flame that lights the way for others. That flame is power, truth, love, divine wisdom, and compassion. Together we are a firestorm of freedom that no government, no tyrant, no global force of evil can extinguish. It is time to step into the unknown, trusting the process, because God's leading this army.
Yeah! Hallelujah!
We are the 8 billion united. There are but a few thousand. If you're committed to declaring your independence and ready to move forward and rescue our republic, please signify your commitment by simply standing, raising your hands, and let your voices be heard. That's America. We are the 8 billion. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Amen.
At this moment, I would like to take a moment of silence for Fire Chief Corey Competer. U ime Otca, u ime Sina i Svetoga Duha. Amin. The national anthem. Are they going to do the national anthem?
Thank you very much. Okay, please, ladies and gentlemen, for the national anthem, please welcome Caitlin Curtis and Deepak.
Twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, came through the night, that our flag was still
there.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Oh my gosh. Woo! Wow.
To christen this historic moment in prayer, please welcome Bishop Carlos Mendez.
Well, all of you that are standing here today are going to go to heaven.
Yeah!
standing up for God.
Woo!
And we're standing up for country.
Yes!
And we want to rescue this nation. How many think the United States of America is worth it?
Yes!
God bless America.
Woo!
Let's say it together.
God bless America!
Lord, we remember the story of the Great Wall of China. Built to protect the nation, yet it wasn't the walls that failed, but the hearts of the guards that were bribed into bringing illegals into their country. We ask you that you guard us from those leaders who have betrayed our country. Help us to stand on truth, that we may always stand firm in righteousness. We confess, Lord, that the labor without you cannot prosper, and any effort without you will surely fail. If it's your will, we will continue to fight and rescue this republic. Guide our steps, Father, and let every plan of the enemy be destroyed in Jesus' name. Father, we remember the words that your Son said, apart from me, you can do nothing. We acknowledge this truth and invite you to be the center of all that we do. May this republic not rely on our own understanding, but on divine wisdom and guidance. We pray for unity among all Americans, for healing where there is division, and for peace where there is conflict. I ask you, Lord, for our veterans, past and present, that you will help them. Help us, Lord, with our homeless crisis that was created by this administration, the fentanyl that's rampant in our cities. Father, we remember the words that you said, do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, presented to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard our hearts and minds in Christ Jesus. We choose to lay down our anxieties and trust. You guide us through every challenge. We lift up this prayer. Rescue the republic, trusting in your power, sovereignty. May you continue to bless and guide the United States of America. And may we as people always seek your face and follow your ways. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Beautiful.
Thank you, Bishop. I've never met a bishop. That was quite an honor. Academia, as we know now, has been captured. They're no longer teaching our young adults how to think critically. They're simply churning out advocates for a partisan ideology that is illiberal. If you have kids in college at this point, take them out.
Yeah, right.
Take the money that you were going to spend on their education and buy stupid shit. And when they come home because their credit cards no longer work, you say, Dad, what is that speedboat? You tell them that is your third year at Harvard.
Yeah!
Now, coming to the stage now, an academic who they tried to cancel, but unfortunately for the woke, which is nothing more than Marxism dressed up as manners, this man could not be canceled. He's a man whose wit, he's a man whose wit, intellectual brilliance, courage, and most importantly, his love of country would not allow him to be canceled. He is a champion of freedom. Please welcome the sexiest biologist alive, Brett Weinstein!
Wow. Holy moly.
You're my hero, as
All right.
says.
If it's okay with you guys, I'm going to claim I had the crowd on its feet from the beginning.
Yeah!
So, the time has arrived. Welcome to Rescue the Republic.
Woo!
Over the course of the next 6 hours or so, you're going to hear from some of the clearest minds on earth. Brilliant thinkers, clever comics, and insightful musicians. But the attributes that unite us in this historic time and place live not in the mind, but in the heart. What has caused us to converge is a powerful force, a product that blooms when courage and love are combined. Courage and love are potent forces in their own right, of course, but neither on its own is sufficient to put you on this stage or in this crowd. A person can have courage and confront danger with no higher purpose in mind, and a person can love something and, paralyzed by fear, watch it perish before their eyes. When courage and love come together, however, when people face their fears for something they truly love, the force they become shapes history for the better. And that is what fuels our rescue mission. This is not a political exercise. We are nonpartisan and brought together across ideological lines to right the ship of state and put her back on course toward an objective spelled out but not fully achieved by the American founders. Patriotism is what brings us together in this moment of profound peril. Patriotism. Though I suspect some watching from afar will find my use of the term in 2024 bizarre or even grotesque, it has become fashionable, especially amongst those born into privilege, to regard patriotism as unenlightened, primal, and dangerous. But their educations have failed them. In a state of selfish confusion, they mistake nationalism for patriotism and toss the precious baby out with the dirty bathwater. President Kennedy, though he mentioned neither term, drew the distinction between nationalism and patriotism perfectly, not quite 64 years ago, and not quite 3,000 meters directly to our east. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country, Kennedy instructed 2 years before his untimely death. Some will ask why it takes courage or love to deliver or witness a speech here in the shadow of the Washington Monument. Obviously, it shouldn't. But I doubt there are many here today who did not seriously consider whether they were putting their freedom or perhaps even their lives in danger. And as we planned the event, many people shared their concerns. I've lost count of the number of times I was warned not to do it by someone who then wished us luck. But the more I listened to people's trepidations, the simpler the calculus became. If millions of Americans are afraid to exercise their most fundamental right in their own capital, that implies the capital is held by a force that is hostile to the Republic and her people. Speech is our right and our duty. It is the alternative to violence, coercion, and tyranny. And whether the force that presently intimidates us is foreign, domestic, or some hybrid of the two, we are duty-bound to confront it, to peaceably assemble, to speak without hesitation about our grievances. I say the calculus is clear because the targeting of our civil liberties tells us where we are headed. If we don't stand up now, the slight relief we feel in the present will be replaced in short order by the suffering and horror experienced by those who face a historic atrocity. We must stare down this threat. We have no choice.
Amen. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, everybody, for coming in.
We must speak out loud about our doubts and fears, as that old song would have it. Now, as long as we're on the topic of fears, let's confront one directly. If, as the event proceeds, you find yourself faced with someone displaying Nazi symbols, inciting violence or lawlessness, or you encounter a group of people dressed in paramilitary garb, those are assuredly federal agents. Thank them for their service and move on.
Good, good, good.
Now, some of you are no doubt thinking there's something odd about a mission to rescue the Republic that includes many speakers from abroad. But this is actually a testament to the achievements of the founding generation. Our founding fathers almost accidentally invented the modern West. They did it because they had to balance the tensions between the various colonies in order to persuade them to confederate. The careful job that they did, balancing the various concerns, created a prototype for a world that was not rigged in anybody's direction. Obviously, they didn't complete the job. The 3/5 compromise stands as a black mark on our record, but they did articulate the objective and create a process that, as long as the fundamentals are left intact, corrects itself over time. The founders innovated a system that was effectively a commitment to a level playing field, a complete departure from the world that preceded it, a world dominated by lineage against lineage conflict navigated by threats and force. Commitment to a level playing field, even if the objective remains distant, turns out to be lightning in a bottle, and the closer you get to that goal, the greater the returns. The world the West emerged from was dominated by considerations of race, ethnicity, and religion. Those parameters dominated the question of who you could collaborate with. Under such rules, people can only be so productive because the most potential collaborators are out of bounds. On a level playing field, where the entire society is bound by rules that favor no population over any other, productivity skyrockets. If everyone is free to collaborate across demographic lines, more wealth is created because more innovation happens and more productive work gets done. Teamwork is everything.
Yes. Woo!
The more choices you have when assembling your team, the greater the heights you can achieve. It is also true that it's simply a more meaningful and rewarding life when you abandon bigotry. It's like giving your entire civilization a massive raise in the currency of brotherhood.
Yeah, absolutely. No more dividing.
That's right.
Now, am I saying that the United States is a level playing field? Of course not. And it was especially unfair to Black Americans and Native Americans from its inception. But I am saying that the founders envisioned a republic of free people based on the idea that all men were created equal. A nation in which the legitimacy of governance was based on the consent of the governed, and every person was entitled to equal protection under the law. I am also saying that we have moved rapidly in the direction of that vision over time and prospered mightily with every step we have taken toward it. And the obvious productivity and dynamism of our nation that aims to liberate individuals by distributing opportunity as evenly as possible is contagious. What succeeded in America caught on, and it spread across the world, because those who saw what it could do wished to duplicate that magic. People want to live in the West, no matter where they reside. The West is not a list of nations, it's not a geographic description, it's an ideal, the level playing field, and a set of agreements that point toward it. And therein lies the rub. The agreements are fragile. There is progress and backsliding in every society that has joined the experiment, and the West is, at this moment, in grave danger. Some force that wishes to rig the world has clearly taken hold and targeted these agreements everywhere they have been embraced. In societies with weak constitutions, civil liberties have already given way. In the United States, we have one of the strongest constitutions anywhere, and so our descent into tyranny is slower, but there is no time to lose. We have to regain control of our system and return to the founders' vision, or we will soon find the opportunity has slipped away. We must rescue the Republic to save the West. But why is this happening? How has the system of checks and balances that is supposed to protect us been compromised? The answer is to be found in biology. Our constitutional republic has become senile. The immunities it once had are gone, and it has lost sight of its purpose, all of which has opened it to capture by parasitic and predatory forces. That may seem like an extreme claim, but I believe this is much more than an analogy. Creatures get old because evolution has favored numerous characteristics that make them strong when they are young at almost any price, so long as it is delayed. So we grow old and die because all of the delayed costs eventually catch up to us. Unfortunately, civilizations have exactly the same defect, and those based on free markets in which leaders are elected are likely to be particularly susceptible. Politicians and profiteers benefit from thinking on short time horizons, and they generally lose when they think over too long a term. All of this short-term problem solving and kicking the cost can down the road has produced an inevitable crisis. The most powerful society the world has ever known is angry and hopelessly confused. It is, in short, demented. We are facing the destruction of the West, and we cannot afford to return to the dark world that would certainly replace it. So how does nature address senility? Beautifully. It has the perfect remedy at its disposal. As we begin to age, we produce offspring. Our kids learn that fraction of what we know that still has some use, and they abandon the rest. That pattern of never-ending renewal is the essence of what it means to be human. And at first, it leaves us little reason for hope with respect to the failure of the West, because the West is not a creature, and it cannot nurture a child. So what are we to do? When children absorb the content of their culture, it isn't just facts and skills. The most important things we pass between generations are myths, stories that are so powerfully important, they are encoded in a special sacred layer. And in our case, the myth we need comes to us from the Greeks, the founders of the ancient West, the one from which the modern West ultimately emerged. It is the story of the phoenix, a mystical bird that instead of making chicks, lights its nest ablaze and raises anew from the ashes. Watching the modern West burn, I believe it is no accident that this story points us to a hidden solution, a remedy for which we just so happen to have the ingredients. One of our explicit purposes in this gathering was to galvanize the unity movement, bringing representatives together from across the global West. And if you will allow me to draw on another myth, I believe our mission will become clear. I call the thing that has captured our system Goliath. It is the force that prevents all meaningful change. In the biblical story, Goliath is a giant, a man, a large man, but a man all the same. In our time, Goliath, like everything else, has scaled way up. The force that wants us to be terrified, to exercise our First Amendment rights in our own capital, that's Goliath. Now look around you. Do you all see what I see? David has scaled up. We are David. We are mighty, and our time has come.
Woo! This is why we don't worry about what that girl is doing, y'all. Don't worry about it. Everything's going to be all right. We are David.
Woo! Now let's put the two myths together. Goliath made a terrible strategic error. He is ungodly powerful, but he's dumb as a box of rocks. His error was this. He terrorized all the competent, courageous people and set about driving them from the institutions. Now they gather in a post-political unity movement and come to know their power. We have every single person you could possibly want on our side. We have all the courage, all the integrity, and all the know-how. The question is how to drive Goliath out and infuse all that talent and insight back into the system so it can be renewed. In 1787, Ben Franklin was asked if the Constitutional Convention had produced a monarchy or a republic, and Franklin famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." Today, David and the Unity Movement face a similar question. What we must deliver is a republic, if we can phoenix it. I have learned from decades of study of human nature that important concepts emerge independently again and again. And so, in closing, I ask you to think about the job we must do to phoenix our republic, the daunting obstacle in our path, Goliath, and the unity movement we bring to the battle, David. It is for such moments that the Hopi elders tell us, we are the ones we've been waiting for.
That's right. Stand up! Yeah! Woo!
We have to win because we got bread on our side. And we have all you people. This is being broadcast all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage is a very funny comedian. He's been on Gutfeld, Joe Rogan, and Kill Tony. He's currently on tour. Please welcome Tyler Fisher!
Can you guys hear me? One more time for Rob Schneider. Did you think anyone would be tinier than Rob Schneider? I look like if Rob Schneider and David Spade had a baby, don't I? I was going to say pretty much everything Brett said, so I'll second that. Look at this, would be a super spreader event 3 years ago. You guys are going to jail. Look at this. Remember that? I'm going to start with some good news, okay? I just found out, if you check your phones, but Joe Biden, which, by the way, is still sleeping, so let's keep the laughs to a minimum. He's right over there. He just announced he will be upping the secret security for Donald Trump, which I think is a good thing. Maybe a round of applause as something.
It's about time!
I have the article right here. Joe Biden has vowed to give every Secret Service agent for Donald Trump at his rallies one beeper. Made in Israel, handmade, so it's something.
No beepers. Oh my gosh.
I was here for the Defeat the Mandate rally, lost my job. Yeah. Never thought that would happen. I got fired. I did not get the COVID vaccine, mostly because my pediatrician said I was too tiny, and I was just listening to my... I flew here, guy had a mask on next to me, and I had flashbacks. So you remember flying during COVID? It was like being in a flying intensive care unit in the sky. Guy next to you's got 5 masks on, a face shield, a hazmat suit. Other guy on a ventilator staring at you. Then everybody's taking everything off to eat peanuts for 45 minutes.
That's right. Hypocrite.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is peanut time. Everybody can take off their masks and their hazmat suits. As you know, when the Communist Chinese Party designed the virus in the lab, they made sure it does not attack the immune system when you're sitting down and shoving little nuts in your face. I'd be sitting there 2 hours later licking one nut.
Oh, no. Oh, goodness.
Unbelievable.
Oh, my God.
Well, we got the election coming up. Quite a coalition that Donald Trump is building. Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Elon Musk is going to clean house. He might go too far. I think day one we're going to see him on TV.
Sir, I fired 99.9% of the
Government. Yeah.
Sounds
So it turns
like
out you
him.
only need 3 people to run the government. So pretty cool. I actually fired Donald Trump, so welcome AI Trump.
Thank you all. We're not worried about what she's doing. Trust
Who's
me.
next? I heard he's considering Ben Shapiro.
Not worried about
Seriously.
her. Thank you.
Secretary
God
of
bless y'all.
Defense. That guy's good at protecting stuff.
Thank you for letting me know, though.
You can see him on CNN. My fellow Americans, we're at war with North Korea because apparently they got a hold of our nuclear codes. We are terrible at protecting our online data. That's why I use ExpressVPN. Go to ExpressVPN.com.
My makeup's come on.
Who watched the Oprah interview with Kamala?
Oh, good. Oh, yeah.
Look at Oprah's face. She very much looked burdened by what has not been and what will not be. If she wins, though, I'd like to see her in the UN, switching her accent for every country. We have India, we are building back better. That's what we're doing.
Oh my God, we spit out
Donald
my
Trump,
water.
very bad.
Français, bonjour les Français, yeah. Even my Jews are here. Well, it's good to be here. You know, I love the
Sorry.
Jews. I'm a big fan of the Jews.
Oh, no.
I even like the Donald Trump supporters. I do. So we are building back better as Kamala or Mamala. I love the Trump people. I really do. I am going to close the border as Kamala Harris, day one. I am going to close the border. How's Biden doing, dude? Is he alive? I think Biden died 2 years ago. They're just doing the weekend at Bernie's. Like, we let the president's
He's not speaking English. We have a president who cannot speak. I love watching Biden talk. He'll start out by yelling and then he'll whisper like the most important part of the speech inaudibly, and nobody stops him. It's like, look, folks, look. We're going back better, not a joke. Not a joke, but first we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop. Systematic racism. I'm joking around here.
That was good.
And you got Trump. Trump does the polar opposite. Trump will kind of start out quiet and then scream at the end of the speech, right?
So, look at this crowd here in Washington. Probably 1 billion people. They say could be 1 billion.
Woo!
Could be 1 trillion, maybe 1 trillion. But the Democrats, let me tell you something about the Democrats and the far left. They're rapists. They're murderers, right?
He's got the I'm just a bit.
We can't go backwards, man. We got a funny president. We can't. We're stuck. You can't have a hilarious guy and have somebody boring. And you gotta go watch the speeches from old presidents. They were so boring. Back in the day, people glorify these. Every speech back in the day by an old president was like, we must go forwards, not backwards, upwards, not downwards. Everyone's like, oh, this is good shit. Yeah, wow. Then you cut to Trump today. He's like, Nancy Pelosi, what a fat bitch. Could I say that? Could I say it? You guys are amazing. Thanks for coming out today, huh? I'm going to bring up your next...
Wow.
Your next speaker. You guys ready for another
good.
speaker?
Yeah.
This guy, I would say out of anybody in my life, has single-handedly changed the course of my life within 4 years. And if there's no better endorsement for following him, signing up to his academy, and listening to him very carefully, it's 4 years ago, I was unemployed. I got fired for not getting the COVID vaccine. This guy gave me the courage to speak the truth,
Yeah.
to admit how I felt about it, to fight it, to give up half of my friends, to give up family.
God bless
I got
you.
fired for the evil deed of being a straight white male from a acting management company, kicked out of Hollywood. I recorded the phone call, and I have a lawsuit in the Supreme Court. All right. This guy's giving courage. The woke DEI is destroying this country. And he is trying his very best. I think he's doing a great job trying to fix the university, which is broken and brainwashing and the result of a lot of the stuff you see today. Please check out the brand new Peterson Academy. Stand up straight with your shoulders back, and please welcome Jordan B. Peterson.
Thank you all. Well, it's quite a sight to see all you arrayed against the monument back there. Yeah, well, thanks very much for coming. So I've got 20 minutes to explain to you what happened to your august institutions of higher learning. So, you ready for that? Yeah. All right, so I guess the first thing to understand is that there's actually something causing this, and it's not trivial. Like, some of it's malevolence and some of it's incompetence, but there's actually a philosophical issue at the base of it that isn't trivial. And I want to walk you through that a little bit because it's relevant to what we're doing here today. So I've accused the universities, let's say broadly speaking, of falling into the hands of the postmodern neo-Marxists. And so I want to walk you through that because whether you know it or not, it deeply affects your life. So what's happened in the last 30 years, not least in the field of literary criticism, which I suspect isn't high on your list of priorities, but the thing is, it's crucially important, you see, because it turns out that we live by stories. In fact, what a story appears to be something like the description of the value structure through which we look at the world. And you know, people are very attracted to stories. We're trying to get our story straight here today. We're trying to get the story of the country and the West straight. Stories matter. And so it turns out that literary critics matter because they assess and analyze stories. And if they do that badly or in an ideologically biased manner, it turns out to matter far more than anybody might think. Now, the thing about the postmodernists, many of whom were French intellectuals, a particularly reprehensible breed of intellectual in my estimation, the thing about the French intellectuals is that they figured out that we see the world through a story, that was technically true. And that's a revolutionary idea. You know, the more scientific types, you know, you heard the doctrine, the dogma, follow the science. It's like science isn't something you follow. Science is a set of facts or a process for investigating facts. Science isn't something you follow. A story is something that you follow. A story is something that guides you. And so it matters that you know what a story is, that it's the structure that you inhabit, that organizes your psychology and unites us socially. It matters that you know that. And it also matters what the story is. Now, the postmodernists weren't reprehensible because they figured out that we lived in a story, that even scientists lived in a story. The postmodernists were reprehensible, and this was particularly true in the case of France, was because once they figured out that we lived in a story, which was a mystery, what story, what is the story, what should it be, they jumped to a premature conclusion. And the premature conclusion that they jumped to, being leftist intellectuals, was that the proclamation of the Marxists that the story we live by is one of power was true. So first they concluded that we lived in a story. Fair enough, that happens to be the case. Second, they concluded, without sufficient analysis, that the story that human beings live in is one of power. Now this is a very pathological conclusion, but what we'll do first is give it its due. When individuals and societies become corrupt, their story becomes one of power. But that doesn't mean that the fundamental story is one of power. That's a completely different claim. Now, you can understand that if your relationship with yourself deteriorates, that you become a tyrant to yourself. And you can understand that if your marriage deteriorates, you become a tyrant to your husband or your wife. The same applies to your children and a family. But the same might apply to your employees and your broader community. If you are walking off the straight and narrow path, you can become a tyrannical power monger. Okay, but and the Marxist criticism has always been something like that, you know, that the economic system is based on oppression, that the fundamental relationship between man and woman is one of oppressor and oppression, that the familial relationship between parents and children is best construed as a power dynamic, that the capitalist system itself is corrupt because it's tyrannical and predicated on, what would you say, patriarchal exploitation. You can explain the whole bloody world on the basis of power, but that's not a good thing to do if it's not the story that does run people who are aiming properly upward. And it's not the proper story at all if you understand that once you accept the doctrine that only power rules, that enables you to use nothing but power. You see, and that's another thing that happens with the Marxists and the radical types. Their claim is that there's no overarching, genuine narrative, genuine story that unites us. All there is power. And so, as soon as you accept that, you and I don't have a discussion. We don't have anything to talk about. I have a power claim, and you have a power claim. And all there is a battleground of those power claims. There's nothing outside of that. And that's, well, first of all, you can see how, if everyone accepted that claim, that the world would be hell very quickly. Because if there's nothing that governs your relationship with yourself, your relationship with your wife, or your children, your husband, but power, then there's no game but power, and there's no victory but the victory of power. Well, that's a terrible way to structure yourself psychologically. You're your own bloody tyrant, and it's a brutal way to structure your family and your community. But the question is, well, if it's not power that unites us, if it isn't the lens of power and oppression through which we see the world, what is the appropriate story? What's the real story? What's the true story? Is there a true story? Is there a transcendent story that unites us? Well, I would say that people have been wrestling with that issue since the dawn of time, trying to get our story straight. That's what all religious systems do, for example. And that's what all political systems do, secondarily. It's what all ideological systems do. And so that begs another very complex question is, like, how do we discriminate the pathological stories from the healthy stories, let's say, from the upward aiming stories? And this is a complicated matter. And so part of the reason the universities have become corrupted is because they notice the truth of the claim that we live in stories and accepted far too quickly the claim that the only story that truly exists among human beings is one of power. But it's an attractive idea, and it's true when systems become corrupt. So there's something to the culture war that's deep, and that's why it's so pervasive. All right, so now what we're trying to do, for example, at a gathering like this, is to figure out, well, we feel, we understand, we sense, we intuit that the notion that it's only power that structures the relationship between people is wrong. Okay, so, well, what's the alternative? All right, so I'll give you a sense of what that alternative might be. All right, so, and I think it'll be understandable almost immediately. So, I've been studying the fundamental stories that have, what would you say, produced the soil on which this country grew, right? The stories of the Judeo-Christian tradition. And there's one insistence in that collection of stories, in the biblical narratives, for example, that the fundamental foundation of society is sacrifice. Okay, that's a lot different than power. In fact, it's the opposite claim. So what is meant by sacrifice? Well, work. When you work, you sacrifice. Well, what are you sacrificing? You're sacrificing the pleasures of the moment for the well-being and stability, productivity of the people around you, your family, for example, your future self, and the broader community. It's a sacrificial gesture, right? It's the gesture that defines maturity and responsibility itself. The community is founded on sacrifice. Now, this is essentially true by definition. All you have to do is think it through. If it's all about you, which would mean no sacrifice was necessary, if it was all about your immediate whims, if it was all about your success in the domain of power, no sacrifice would be necessary, because you'd just be able to do exactly what you wanted whenever you wanted to do it. If it's about something beyond you, then sacrifice is immediately necessary. Well, so what does that show? It shows that sacrifice is genuinely the basis of community. You can get along with other people because it's not all about you right now. And so sacrifice is literally the basis of the community. And so then you might ask yourself, well, what's the highest possible form of sacrifice? And there's two classic answers to that. One is the sacrifice of a child. And so what does that mean? Well, it means that if you raise your children properly, you offer them up to the highest possible aim. Now, you know that because that's what you're trying to do when you teach your children to take turns, to be good to other people, to act reciprocally, to be courageous, to be, what would you say, to contend with the difficulties of the world in a responsible manner, right? That's what you're doing, is you're... And the other most fundamental form of sacrifice is the sacrifice of yourself, obviously. And what does that mean? Well, you know what that means if you're a responsible and mature person. You know, one of the things my wife told me when she had children was that her first child in particular was a great relief that it wasn't about her anymore. Right? She really appreciated that someone now was more important than she was existentially, that she had something genuine and deep to serve, to sacrifice herself to. Sacrifice is the basis of community. Okay, we got that right in the West. Like the crucifixion itself is a symbol of ultimate sacrifice. Right?
Yes! Thank you, Jesus!
Okay, so the idea that sacrifice is the basis of community, that's a way different claim than the idea that power is the basis of the community. In fact, it's the opposite claim, is that the highest form of service that you can manage as an individual is the full expression of yourself in service to what's highest about you, what stabilizes the future, and it is what is beneficial to your family and the broader community. And I believe, and I think you can think about this even biologically, even scientifically, that your deepest instincts align with that. And they align with that in this manner, is that if you follow the pathway of maximum meaning and maximum adventure, it'll feel that way to you. That's the same pathway that expands you in a mature manner and aims you at the kind of sacrifice that makes you everything you could be and that stabilizes the community. And that's a great thing. And we don't know that. We don't exactly know that consciously in the West, but it's embedded in our underlying stories. And part of what's happening, I think, around the world and what's bringing people like you all together in a platform like this is that we're actually starting to understand this explicitly. And we need to, because our culture is torn apart by, particularly, let's say, by the claims of power. Is that it's all about power. It's like, no. It's all about voluntary sacrifice and the meaning that you can find in adventurous responsibility. And that's a very different story. Now, it's also, and I'll close with this, it's also the story that does something very interesting politically. And I also started to understand this more deeply because of my investigations into these underlying narratives. So imagine that you adopted the pathway of maximal responsibility in your life, right? A meaningful pathway of maximal responsibility. Now you start to act that out. Well, what does it mean? Well, first of all, it means you're going to take care of yourself like you matter. And then someone else doesn't have to do that. So you're off the dependency road, right? You're not a burden. You're not a burden to anyone else, including yourself. But then maybe you get good at it and you can also take care of your wife or your husband, you know, in a mutual relationship. And then you get better at that and you can take care of your kids and you're better at that. Now you can take care of people in the broader community that you're serving as an employer, for example, or as an employee, and then you can act politically. And so here's the ancient rule. The alternative to tyranny and slavery, which you can see developing in our culture as this power narrative plays out, is the maximal responsibility you take on yourself. And the reason for that is, if you do all the work, there's no place for the tyrant. There's nothing for them to do.
Yeah.
So, right. So, you know, in the Old Testament stories, God himself tells the Israelites who want a king that they don't need one. That if they maintain the proper covenant with what's divine, let's say, if they aim themselves upward and take responsibility, there's no reason for a king. And the reason for that is that everyone serves as their own king. And your country knows this. You know, and you people, I believe, you're here today in part to express that. You know that there's a burden of responsibility that falls on you and the opportunity that goes along with that. And you feel that if you stood up straight properly and you took the responsibility of governance on yourself, which is what you're trying to do, for example, by being here, that the necessity for the tyrant and the corresponding inevitability of the slave would vanish. And I really do believe that that's the fundamental. I do believe that that's the fundamental promise of the free West, and more particularly that that's exemplified by your country. And so we're all attempting to remind ourselves once again of that, and to dispense with the presupposition that although we live in a story that it's one of power, it's not one of power. It's one of freedom and maximal voluntary responsibility. And on that you can build anything. So you remember when you walk away from this event that it's not what the problem is, precisely, that's the issue. It's what you specifically could and should do about the problem, in the realization that if you took that burden onto yourself, the burden of dealing with what bothers you, let's say politically, the burden of dealing with that directly, that you would also have the responsible adventure of your life, and you would fight against the forces of tyranny and slavery in the most possibly effective manner. And that's a much better story, psychologically and socially, a much better story than the one that insists on the dynamic of power. And so it's a story we can understand, and it's a story we can act out, and it's a story that be beneficial to us spiritually and in our families, in our community, and it's a story that we could spread widely and properly embody. And if everyone did that, then everyone would have the romantic adventure of their life, and we could take advantage, maximal advantage, of the outstanding field of opportunity that always presents itself to us, and which is still making itself manifest today. And so, onward, upward, maximum responsibility, no tyranny and slavery, and the proper story.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Pamela. Thank you, everybody, for being here. What an amazing event. What an amazing event.
Thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, pleasure to be here. Pleasure to be here.
We find the best lectures in the world so that people can benefit from liberal arts style education, no matter their age or financial resources. I think it's funny, because I got canceled at the university, so I could try to return the favor.
Peterson Academy.
Right.
Nothing security.
One more time for the great Jordan Peterson. You're probably wondering why we have the bulletproof glass and everybody's standing on this side. The bulletproof glass is to protect all of you from the speakers.
Yes, thank you.
Now, the Democratic Party and their illiberal elites have corrupted the American dream. The American dream used to be the hope to one day be able to own your own home. Now the dream is to be so rich that you are not affected by Democratic policies. If you are Oprah, the new corrupt American dream has come true. But for all of us, the dream has not come true. And that's why we need to bring the dream back and elect Donald J. Trump for President of the United States.
Trump, 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 Trump.
The Democratic blue machine is not for anything. They're against everything. They are against any limits to abortion. And they're against Donald J. Trump and hoping, beyond hope, the blue monster hopes that you will hate Donald J. Trump more than you love your freedoms and more than you love your country.
Yes.
That hope will be extinguished November 5th. Because we love our country. Now, coming to the stage, his company is peakprosperity.com. He is an independent economist. Please welcome Chris Martinson.
Such an honor to be here, and thank you everybody for coming out, and thank you for being part of this. If this is the punch bowl, I'm the guy with the turds, okay? So I have to talk about the financial industrial complex here. How many people here share the belief that I have that maybe our country's in a little bit of a financial predicament? Yeah, who's heard of the Great Reset? Yeah, I love this crowd. I love this crowd. So here's where we're at. You know, about a year ago, Evie and I were at lunch, and we were invited to a private lunch with RFKJr, and I had a chance to ask a question. I said, hey, I got all familiar. I don't usually get starstruck, but man, he has some charisma. You know, it really does. And I said, hey, Bobby, can I say that? Mr. Kennedy, if you had one platform you could run on, just one plank, what would it be? And he said, CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. And I asked why, and of course he had this big, beautiful, long, involved thing that started with free market capitalism and came forward with this idea that once we have CBDCs, we are entirely out of our freedom. It's gone, and our country is gone. So I want to spell that out a little bit. So how do these things connect? One of my favorite quotes is from Leonardo da Vinci, who said, learn how to see and realize that everything connects to everything else. So that's what I do. I covered COVID, I've covered the Trump assassination, I mostly cover a lot of financial things in my job. So here's where we're at. First thing I'm going to leave you with, I'll leave you with three things. First is, right now, our country is insolvent. That's just the truth. 35 trillion in debt. We added $1 trillion of debt in 100 days. What does that even mean? Like, these are numbers that are so fantastically big, nobody knows what they mean. What's a trillion? Well, if I gave you a $1,000 bill and you had 4 inches of those in a stack, you'd be a millionaire. If I said you're a billionaire, you have a stack of $1,000 bills, a stack that's as tall as that monument back there. But what would it mean if you were a trillionaire? How big is your stack? It's 68 miles high. You'd be floating around with the Starlink satellites looking down on this whole thing. That's 1 trillion. We have 35 of those trillion, and they're piling up like crazy. If I showed you a picture of the debt of the United States in a chart, it would start out nice and slow, and it would do that. It's almost vertical at this point. So when I said $1 trillion of new debt in 100 days, let me put it in context. It took the country 220 years to accumulate its first 11 trillion in debt. 220 years. 2 world wars fought, a civil war, every bridge built, universities, everything ever conducted by the government for the first 220 years to accumulate that first 11 trillion in debt. We piled on 11 trillion in debt in the past 4 years. What? 220 years? Like, what? And what did we spend that on? That's a beautiful monument. This is a beautiful memorial behind us over here. There's beautiful buildings. What did we spend that 11 trillion on in the last 4 years? Does anybody know? I mean, can you point to something? War. That's right. We just frittered it away, you know? And that's a shame, but it's also a demonstration of what we're up against. That we have a group of people in power right now who think nothing of spending money they don't have, expecting your children and grandchildren to pay for it, and nothing to show for it. And this is wrong. It doesn't have to be this way. In fact, it shouldn't be this way. So somebody's going to have to step up and start talking about this, because when your currency system fails on you, we call that Venezuela, we call that Zimbabwe, we call that Weimar Germany. It is not a good place to be. We don't want to go there, but we're headed there. So what do? Well, the second piece I want to leave you with then is about this idea that things are speeding up. So, welcome to the quickening. We're going to go from $1 trillion of new debt in 100 days, and then it'll be 50 days. And then you'll read a headline, it'll be $1 trillion of new debt in a month, but it was a bad month. And then it'll be $1 trillion in a week, and then it'll be $1 trillion in a day, and then an hour and a minute, and off we go. And then it's over. So let's not do that. But that is the path that we're on. That's why we have to rescue the Republic. That is why we're here.
Yes!
Let me be totally blunt about this. If you didn't like the 99.95% survival rate of COVID, you're going to hate a currency crisis. It's going to be terrible. It ruins lives. So that's the path we're on. So the third thing is, and here's how it ties in with the Great Reset. There's going to have to be, it's just a math problem. We have a math problem right now. And so here's the one thing you have to resolve when you get into insolvency. There's only one question. Not who do you elect. I don't do left-right. I do up-down. You either have integrity or you don't. You believe in freedom or its opposite. Alaska's for freedom. No tyranny. Thank you. Thank you for these beautiful signs. Okay. So if we're not doing left-right, up-down, we're either going to do the right things or the wrong things. And so we have to understand the nature of what we're up against here. And here's the one question that you have to resolve when you're in insolvency approaching bankruptcy, which is the legal proceeding. Who's going to eat the losses? That's the question. Who's going to eat the losses? They're working on this right now. They're working really hard at it. And they want to make sure it's you. And they don't want to eat any of the losses. So that brings us to the Great Reset. And the central bank digital currencies is their answer to having really overspent and done terrible things and not been responsible adults. And when they get the central bank digital currency, let me tell you how it's going to go. Here's a scenario. Oh no, markets are down, huge. Oh no, we had to close the stock market for 48 hours. Actually, we meant 72. Sorry, it's going to be closed this week. So, all your stuff went away. But good news, we have a central bank that loves you, and it's going to make you whole. Your entire portfolio is now these central bank digital currencies, except this or a zero. What do you want? A lot of people will go to zero. And what happens when you have a programmable currency? You no longer have freedom of spending. I like freedom of speech, huge fan, but we need freedom of spending. Anybody remember the Canadian truckers? Yeah, let's not become Canadian truckers. That's where they're heading us towards. So, what do? Here's my request. Every single person, is great that you're here, but when you go home, man, we got work to do. We're going to have to rebuild our local communities. We're going to have to figure out how we actually operate, even if our currency breaks. We're going to need things like silver and gold and gardens and each other and friends and love and God. And that's what it's going to take. Because it's already done. So let's not let the central bank digital currencies come if we can help it. When we get under that, we've lost everything, and Bobby Kennedy was right. He said, when we lose that, if we lose our freedom to spend, along with our freedom of speech, and when I say freedom to spend, right, oh, you put out a bad, mean tweet, so your money is no longer any good 5 clicks away from your house, and you have to pay a different rate to get on an airplane because you said some mean things, right? And it goes on and it creeps from there. But that's it. They want control, total control, and that's not how our country got prosperous. So, I didn't start this fight, but we're going to finish it.
Yeah! Woo! Awesome. God bless him. For any who don't know what live stream they're watching,
Tim Walls, everybody.
Thank
Tim
you all
Walls.
for being here.
Chris Martinson, everybody. Sorry. They told us to stay behind the glass, not because of COVID. So he said to stay behind the glass.
Now I know what you feel like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep the... how are you guys holding up, all right?
Woo!
All right, stay damp, everybody. All right, coming up right now is a terrific musician. Please welcome Tennessee Jet.
We're all together here. You could ask them about their blankets, maybe. I don't know.
Thank you very much. I just don't want to be in somebody's room.
Right. No, I understand. I mean, we've been here since really early this morning.
And they were too.
That's right. But yeah. It's getting crowded.
Doors wide open at the boardwalk. DC's busy selling out a song. Unless it's Ukraine, they ain't taking calls. Politicians hoarding for the war machine, laundering money in the name of peace, dressing up Zelensky in army green, marching us right off into World War III. How dare you dare to mention? How dare you believe your eyes? How dare you even question 2 + 2 is 5? You bust your ass, you can barely afford Popeye's chicken for a family of 4. You fought for a country you don't know anymore. Build back better, more like build back poor. They don't give a damn once they get your vote. Maui's on fire and Biden's cracking jokes. What used to be parody is now the status quo. We're living in a South Park episode. How dare you dare to mention? How dare you believe your eyes? How dare you even question 2 + 2 is 5? That's right.
Event, you guys. I don't mean to block you from hearing things, but every now and again I'm going to have to say something to the people around me, so please bear with.
Flying out
Thank you all
to
for being
Davos
here.
in the private planes. You can't beat a man, change your gender and your name. cheat away the trophy from Riley games. They're butchering kids as a remedy for feeling confused at puberty. Selling pure evil as sympathy and getting rich in the sex change industry. How dare you dare to mention? How dare you believe your eyes? How dare you even question 2 + 2 is 5? They bully and harass you with your covered face, burn down your business if they don't get their way. Those communists and pedophiles baiting race. Antifa's just a rich man's KKK.
That's right. That's right.
The straight white male is their antichrist. Yesterday's liberals, today's alt-right. They're sexualizing kids and everybody's playing nice. They're sexualizing kids, why the fuck we playing nice? How dare you dare to mention? How dare you believe your eyes? How dare you even question 2 + 2 is 5?
Woo!
I'd like another hand for Brett Weinstein for putting this thing on here. When this is all over, his name will be forgotten. A blood stain on the sidewalk, a man in a coffin. Justice may be blind, but the apple's still rotten. They'll wipe the slate clean till it's pure white as cotton. They'll dig up his past, all his affiliations, are looking for anything to fuel implications of torches and pitchforks, expose his relations, bounce echoes cross chambers, sympathetic and vibrations, and the demagogues will awaken. The Sharptons and the Jacksons, like vampires, they'll rise up and summon their factions, those best to stoke flames of knee-jerk reactions, and the press will keep the lights on with blood and distractions. Oh, my mind just gets numb.
That was so nice he waved to y'all.
We'll argue and pass judgment, but I'm sure inspections, while socials give nutrition to our angriest intentions, and the foreign powers infiltrate our bodies like infections, and gaslight dark fears and aim to sway elections. We'll go so damn far, we'll lose our directions. Lives will be destroyed for accused imperfections, found guilty without trial by hashtag selection. In the name of a reckoning, we'll make overcorrections. Oh, my mind just gets numb. At what we have become. Oh, my heart just gets numb. At what we wrestle for adoration and attention and respect on some level. Beware the nonconformist, says the drugstore rebels. But vanity makes angels of art clever as the devils. Would you even write the story if the author was a man? You hold yourself to such a standard, 'cause your belief makes us sunshine. Make something good will come, no matter our intentions. God save us from ourselves, we're in need of intervention.
Woo!
God bless y'all.
Good stuff.
Are we on a rescue mission today?
Woo!
My name is Matt Toon, and I'm one of the 3 co-founders, along with Brett Weinstein and Angela McCardle.
Woo! Thank you.
I'm here because we need help. We've got a few $100,000 left to make our goal to make this thing happen. So I'm telling you guys right now, do you see it on the screen? Do you see our QR code? Bring up the QR code, please. We've got a QR code for givesendgo. It's coming up right now, and I'm going to tell you, we are at $274,000 raised. Let's give a shout out for that. But I'm going to tell you right now, Tulsi Gabbard, RFKJr, and Russel Brand, I've told them not to come out on stage unless we raise another $100,000 in the next hour. Do you hear me? So it's up to you. Bonnaroo, South by Southwest, Lollapalooza, how much would you pay to go to a festival, right? And today you've got the greatest music acts, you've got comedy, and you've got the leaders of our movement all on one stage. So I'm asking, take out your phones right now. Whatever you can do, this will help us keep this show on the road and keep it going, all right? If you don't give now, they ain't coming up. Let me hear one thing. Freedom! Freedom! Ain't free! Ain't free! Freedom! Freedom! Take sacrifice! Take sacrifice! Freedom! Freedom! Ain't free! Ain't free! Freedom! Freedom! Take sacrifice! Thank you for your sacrifice. God bless.
Putin issues a statement saying that President Harris never picked up our call.
They sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war.
I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded. I shared with him American intelligence because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided. We understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO.
And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect.
Very complicated puzzle, but we'll get it solved.
Now, we have had presidents that have stood up for freedom and have said, like Harry Truman said, once a government is committed to the principle of silencing the voice of opposition, it has only one way to go, and that is down the path of increasingly repressive measures until it becomes a source of terror to all its citizens and creates a country where everyone lives in fear. Bill Clinton famously said, that depends on what the definition of the word is. President Joe Biden said famously, I can sum up America in one word, flism flaviza kalifizhaza. I think we are all better Americans for it. All right. Coming to the stage now is a decorated combat veteran. He wants to stop our forever wars. Do you want to stop our forever wars?
Please welcome the CEO of our country, our choice, Colonel Douglas McGregor.
Schneider is a real animal. You haven't noticed. He is.
A real animal.
Okay. I only have a short message for you. As you and I are meeting here today, thousands and thousands of soldiers from the regular army and the National Guard are deploying to the Middle East. They're preparing to fight a war against Iran, a country which has never attacked us, with whom we have no grief, no grievance. At the same time, we have 100,000+ American soldiers lining the border of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, all the way down to Romania, preparing to potentially fight Russia. This insanity is costing us not just trillions of dollars, it's destroying our country. How many trillions have we lost on this proposition? How many hospitals could we have built? How many schools could we have improved? How many roads and bridges could we have repaired? And how many Americans would be alive and well and safe today if we hadn't? So what I want you to remember is a very simple formula. War breeds tyranny, corruption, and destruction. Peace is the foundation for prosperity and goodwill around the world. That's what we need. No more wars. Now, before you leave here, remember, you got to go out and vote. And you need to vote for peace, not war, for prosperity, not poverty. Remember, the people that have put us into debt, they're not the ones who bear the burden. We are. The people that have put us into debt are fat and rich and corrupt.
That's right.
We got to get rid of them. You've got to do that.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel McGregor. Thank you for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, there are people in this country, and I know you agree with that, that put country, love of God, and family before political party. There are people who sacrifice whatever affiliation they had in a former party if they no longer feel that party doesn't represent their beliefs, it doesn't represent the best interests of their country. And this is someone who has sacrificed. This is someone who has fought. This is someone who has served their country overseas. This is someone who knows what sacrifice is. And this is someone who knows how to wear a white pantsuit. Please welcome Tulsi Gabbard!
What a beautiful day. Thank you. What a beautiful day for us to gather here in our nation's capital with this important mission before us, to rescue our republic. Yes. To me, this is exactly what our founders had in mind and what they envisioned for us as a country when they said we must have a government of, by, and for the people. When they made that promise to us of our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are things, as we gather here, we have the state capitol in the background, the White House just down the street, and many monuments paying homage to those who have sacrificed before us, only to be struck in the face with the reality that unfortunately our leaders in office today are not committed to our lives, our safety, or our liberty. Now is the time, though, to not be disheartened by that reality, but rather to be hopeful. As you look around you in this crowd, as you know, there are many hundreds of thousands or millions of people who are watching at home here in America and around the world. We find hope in our solidarity together as Americans, gathering from all walks of life, different political affiliations, but gathering together with optimism in the power of our voices in this election that happens in 38 days. This is our opportunity. Because our opportunity is rooted in our responsibility as American citizens to remember that our founders told us that our government exists only with the consent of the governed. That's us. Everything that we are seeing happening now, the weaponization of government entities, the censorship of free speech, the political retaliation against those who have the audacity to criticize those in power. They are throwing everything that they can at us to undermine our democracy because they are terrified of what a free people in a free society will do to uproot them from their power and bring our interests to the forefront once again of freedom, peace, and prosperity. So I hope you feel hopeful as I do, that as we are surrounded by hate, we confront hate with love. That as we are surrounded by darkness, we confront that darkness with the light of the truth and common sense. And that literally, as we are surrounded by warmongers rapidly beating their war drums, we stand strong and speak with clarity and courage for peace. Now, as you know, I've served in the Army now for over 21 years. And so for me personally, and for all of our veterans and servicemen and women who are here today, we understand how important the responsibility is that every president has to serve as commander-in-chief. This central responsibility to keep the American people safe, to secure not only our lives, but our liberty, to uphold the rule of law, to secure our borders. And so I'll start here with the unfortunate failures and exploitations that are occurring at our borders. We have some people from California here today. I went and visited your border in San Diego not that long ago to go and see for myself what was happening there. And what I saw was a well-oiled machine driven by the cartels and the so-called immigration industrial complex working directly with them and profiting off of this well-oiled machine. Open borders that have been enabled by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, not to express their compassion as they say, but to exploit those who are coming across our border and being trafficked by this multi-billion-dollar cartel industry. What I saw there were people coming from all over the world, across the border, knowing exactly where to go, not to evade Border Patrol, but to be picked up by Border Patrol, waiting patiently to be loaded in the vans, where Border Patrol have become nothing but Uber drivers for them, where they are quickly processed through a system that often within 24 hours gets them with a free plane ticket to anywhere in the country, often never to be heard from again. What I saw as I stood in a parking lot near a train station where many of these drop-offs occurred were human traffickers who were waiting, women who were being drugged unknowingly, and in their foggy state of mind being ushered into cars, never to be heard from again. What I saw was CEOs of these so-called nonprofits who are working directly with the cartels, with CEOs being paid over $1 million salaries. All of this being done in the name of compassion. But who is the compassion for really? Who really is benefiting? It is the cartels. It is the nonprofits that are making money off of these people being trafficked without a care for the over 325,000 children who are missing, many of whom are likely being abused in our country today, without a care for the over 425,000 convicted criminals who are in our country, illegal immigrants, not a care for those who are illegal immigrants, 56,000 who have drug convictions, 14,000 who've been convicted of burglary, 13,000 convicted of homicide, over 16,000 who've been convicted of sexual assault. This is who they have compassion for. What about having compassion for the American people? For the communities not only in our border states, but in every town and every city across the country that is being confronted with challenges, with increased crime, with less security, with social safety nets being stressed beyond their capacity. When I saw that Vice President Harris went to go visit the border on Friday, we all saw it for what it was. 38 days from Election Day. It's not okay to say better late than never. She doesn't get a pass on this one. But when I saw her give her press conference and her speech that was clearly read off of a teleprompter, word for word, it made me sick, because it once again was a demonstration of her arrogance in lying directly to our faces, that after 3.5 years of telling us that the borders are secure, she stands there and tells us that we have to have rules in place that must be enforced to secure our border, and that she as president will do that. She hasn't done it for the last 4 years. We shouldn't believe her lies that she will do anything differently. She's prosecuted and sued and gone after the governors of these border states who've taken action in the absence of federal leadership to do their part for their citizens to secure their borders. And they're still fighting to do that today. Whether it's the border or just about every other challenge and issue that's facing not Republicans or Democrats, but all of us as Americans, it's clear that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are not interested in solving problems. They're not interested in securing our border. They're not interested in truly reforming our broken legal immigration system. They are more interested in allowing people to illegally cross our borders, but will turn their backs on people like a close friend of mine who has served as a Special Forces soldier for over 30 years, who simply wanted to invite some of his family members who live in Italy to come to his retirement, who applied for a 2-week tourist visa and were denied. More of their policies of America last. We need to send a strong message to them that we will not come last anymore. The American people and our country and our freedom must come first. Who choose to be our President and Commander-in-Chief is a critical decision. It always is, but it is especially critical now. We sit closer to the brink of World War III than ever before. We sit closer to the brink of nuclear war. According to the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, their doomsday clock is set to 90 seconds before midnight. We are one spark away from our demise directly because of the policies coming from the Harris-Biden administration. So it matters very much who we choose as our Commander-in-Chief. Now, President Eisenhower warned us in his farewell address about the military-industrial complex and their cozy relationship with members of Congress and how they are ruining our country and our future. Unfortunately, and I can speak from firsthand experience, that relationship is more cozy now than ever before. The brazenness of members of Congress conducting insider trading, investing in these very big defense contractors just before they send out another $8 or $10 billion to Ukraine. Just the other day, we had the Pennsylvania Governor Shapiro, who flew in President Zelensky on a U.S. military plane, not so that they could stand together and call for an end to the war. No. They instead went to a factory that makes bombs where Governor Shapiro, with a grin on his face, signed one of those bombs. How sick of a state are we as a country when our elected leaders celebrate death, war, and destruction? And sell it to us, the American people, as an American jobs and economic plan. This is Kamala Harris's opportunity economy. More war, more money for the military-industrial complex. My first deployment to Iraq was in 2005. I was serving in the state legislature at the time. I stepped down from that seat and volunteered to deploy in a medical unit, where every day I was confronted with the high human cost of war. It was the first time in my life that I had experienced and seen firsthand the war profiteering that goes on. For those of you who served in Iraq at that time, and I hear it's still going on in Europe today, KBR Halliburton remains one of the biggest defense contractors profiting off of war. We had KBR Halliburton logos on our porta potties, on our tents, and on our trash cans. A friend of mine who was deployed to Poland recently said, nothing has changed. Now, who was one of the people that profited off of this? Dick Cheney. Where is Dick Cheney today? Dick Cheney is standing proudly with Kamala Harris, who has said that she is proud and honored to have his endorsement and his support. Now, for the young ones who may not remember, Dick Cheney was the architect of the entire disaster that has been created with all of the problems that we're seeing play out in the Middle East today and other parts of the world. He was the architect of the lie about the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. He was the architect behind the regime change war and the destabilization in Iraq that caused such chaos and loss of life and destruction that created the fertile ground for the rise of ISIS. That is the Dick Cheney who Kamala Harris is honored to have his support. So for those of you who may be at home watching, or for those of you who have friends who are still not quite sure who to vote for in this election, I'll make it very simple. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for Dick Cheney. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for the neocon warmongers. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for the military-industrial complex. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for nuclear war. I endorse President Trump in this election because to me, as an American, as a soldier, as a veteran, there is only one choice that is our best hope to walk us back from the brink of World War III and nuclear war, to get us back on that path where we can stand with hope as Americans for a future of peace, prosperity, and freedom. And that choice is Donald J. Trump. You won't hear anyone in the mainstream propaganda media talking about the reality of the threat of war that we face. A war that threatens not only our physical safety, but our liberty and our freedom. Just as we have seen through every major war and conflict before, those in power, those who gain from us being in a constant state of war, exploit that opportunity to take away more of our freedom. And as you know, once it's gone, we never get it back. The Patriot Act was shoved through and rushed through Congress in the days after the terrorist attack on 9/11, passing all of these egregious overreaches into our privacy and our civil liberties, violating the Fourth Amendment, not because they were truly needed because of 9/11, but the national security state saw an opportunity and they took it. And they said to anyone who opposed the Patriot Act, you are a traitor to America if you vote no. Taking advantage of the fear and concern that the American people had during that time of tragedy and grief, here we are over 20 years later. The Patriot Act was just reauthorized once again this year. And rather than the usual rubber stamp that people like Tom Massey and Justin Amash and Rand Paul and I fought against every single time, they took what was an already egregious abuse of our constitutional rights and freedoms and fomented fear yet again of foreign threats to our democracy and our freedom, to take an already bad Patriot Act even worse, to take away even more of our rights and freedoms, and both Democrats and Republicans voted for this. We will not see change unless we hold our leaders accountable to uphold and defend our Constitution that we've all who served sworn an oath to support and defend.
Yeah.
The fear-mongering will continue. The lies will continue. Their propaganda will continue because they don't care about the American people. They care about power and greed. Our opportunity is to recognize and acknowledge and speak proudly and truthfully that it does not have to be this way. This is not a foregone conclusion. The purpose for our gathering here today and across the country is to recognize that we have a no-fail mission before us. And it is an urgent mission. Peace, prosperity, and freedom in this country are what is on the line. And now is the time that we must be willing to set aside our differences, perhaps disagreements on other issues, and come together today in the same way that our founders did in the beginning of our country, to stand together on those fundamental principles that are enshrined in our Constitution and our ability to truly live in a peaceful, free, and prosperous society. We must send a powerful and boisterous message, loud and clear, to the warmongers in Washington that we will not allow you to destroy our families. We will not allow you to destroy our loved ones, our communities. We will not allow you to destroy our planet, because we love this country and we love each other. And we want to make sure that we've got a future that we can live in and leave behind. If we stand together on no other issue but this, then we can wrestle power away from the military-industrial complex, break through the gridlock that they have created, close the revolving doors that allow them to exploit their power, and put we the people back in charge.
Yeah! We the people! We the people!
A wise man once shared that we are the spark that will light the fire of change that can restore the vision of our founders, of Reverend Martin Luther King and President John F. Kennedy, where we can stand free and true and proud as Americans. The source of that light, the source of that courage that we will need in this fight comes from love. God's unconditional love, our love for each other, and our love for this country and our future. Thank you for standing with us today. We have 38 days to make change happen. Thank you so much.
What an honor it is to have you, Tulsi. Thank you for your continued service to our great nation. Wow, that was incredible. Thank you. One more time, Tulsi Gabbard, everybody. Yeah. Thank you, Tulsi. Thank you for destroying Kamala Harris on the debate stage a few years ago. Still rocking that pantsuit. I was hoping for it and it happened. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here to perform for you right now. He's a very talented artist. He's a rapper. He's an author. And he's a terrific musician. He's at zubymusic.com. Please welcome another champion of freedom, Zuby!
Yeah! 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Washington, D.C., what's going on? This is freaking beautiful. Let's go. Track number 1. Let's go. How you guys doing out there? Make some noise. DJ, let's go. Okay, Washington, D.C., I need to put your hands up in the air where I can see it. Let's go. Let's rock with me. We got Zuby in the building right now. Let's go. This is how we're going to do it. Keep those hands up in the air. Yo, yo, to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left. I'm coming at you. I want 1 billion fans, so I need 1 million first. I'ma gain another 1,000, stop the sickness of this verse. Even when I'm smiling sweetly, look at Zuby as a threat. You get on before you see me, like a doobie FPS. New button combination lets you cheat the game of life. Rappers looking in my pay, they think I'm cheating on the mic. But this girl's my one and only. She never leaves me lonely. When I wanna beat it down, she's always waiting to bestow me. I spread the love like bigamy, so passionate with metrics. Bars cannot belittle me, their style is anorexic. That means they think they're big. Hear them talking all aggressive, but they bark and never bite. So your mark is unimpressive. My vision's not a dream, I'm motivated to achieve it. You want a food for thought and I'm providing it, so eat it. I wrote this in my sleep, I mean it, no exaggeration. Even scheming when I'm dreaming, I don't waste imagination. Coming at you. Yeah, coming at you. Rescue the Republic, what's going on? Let's get those hands up. And to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right. and to the left. Check it, yo. Show love when I come through, I get respect cause I'm Millie. And the ladies love me too, like they love sex in the city. Say I'm blessed and I'm silly, but don't object cause I'm pretty. And always say I'm kinda cocky, but they know I'm kinda witty. And you know in my committee, it's just me, myself, and I. 3 of my favorite rappers and a little book of rhymes. I got a lot of hustle, but ain't got a lot of time. Money's got a lot of muscle, so it's all about the grind. Take a different policy, I'll turn a pen to prophecy. Brilliance is vivid, but it's rivaled by my modesty. Honestly, I think I'm like the hottest walking property, but realize as a team that there's no dream guaranteed. So awkwardly I started on my music hustle properly, and still I had the brains to get an Oxford degree. So think before you talk to me, you're tripping if you walk to me. I'm moving twice as fast like rolling doubles in Monopoly. Yeah. Woo! You guys feeling good out there today, yeah? Let's get those hands up one more time. To the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, to the left, to the right. We're coming at ya. Yo! Man, it feels so good to be up here today. I come all the way from the UK, so it's beautiful to be here with my American cousins today. Yeah. You guys love freedom? Yeah. When I say freedom, you say freedom. 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 Amazing. This next track I'm gonna do is called Okay Dude. And when I go like this with the microphone, I need you guys to just say okay dude. So let me make sure you got this, all right? When I say okay dude. Okay dude. Yo, this is a good crowd, they're lit. Are you guys ready for this one? Let's do this.
Twitter. This is crazy. Zuby is a musician. He's a rapper.
Shout out to Joe Rogan.
He doesn't even swear. And someone said, I bet I sleep with more women than you do. To which he writes,
you guys ready?
Okay, dude. And they decided by him saying, okay, dude.
Okay, DC, let's do this. Rescue the Republic. This track's called Okay, Dude. Yo. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay. Oh, you don't like my lyrics? Okay. Oh, you don't like my politics? Okay. Do you even know what knowledge is? Okay. Oh, now they want to mention me? Okay. So now they want to censor me? Okay. Tiger blooded dragon energy, and I control my legacy, and I got friends and enemies. Working hard to make a milli, baby, flow is never wheezy. Couple 100,000 fans and it all started with a CD. Used to hustle on the street, now they see me on the TV. Going viral like Corona, so they try to quarantine. A couple real celebrities, but most of them are frauds. Tell you how I really feel, because my only fear is God. To be lying on the media and lying through the mob. They sip on social media, they've never seen it. I'll be coming to America like Sammy and Akeem. I'm uniting black and white and brown like Martin Luther King. And I get around the internet like presidential memes. And I did it independently, I never had a team. You come a long way, please don't go commercial now. Careful with your words, don't be controversial now. Winning nothing less, that's a victimhood mentality. Cause I am not oppressed and that's a check to your reality. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my lyrics? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my politics? Okay, dude. Do you even know what knowledge is? Okay, dude. Oh, now they wanna mention me? Okay, dude. So now they wanna censor me? Okay, dude. Tiger blooded dragon energy, and I control my legacy, and I got friends and enemies, yo. They say be open-minded, but they tell you how to live. That's how you ended up with drag queens, reading to your kids. My soul cannot be bought, what I'm speaking is the truth. I won't silence every thought while they indoctrinate the youth. I think socialism sucks and every government is shady. I'm not down with open borders, I'm not cool with killing babies. There aren't infinite genders and a man can't be a lady. And you know that it's the truth, so why you looking at me crazy? I'm tired of your isms, I'm bored of all your phobias. I am not a bigot just cause I don't smoke with phobia. Shame and calling names the only thing you can invoke. We should talk about the system if you really think you're woke. Sell them murder, sell them dope, all the things that keep them broke. But you'll label me a sellout if I try to give a hope. I don't care, my vision bigger, raise your kids, stop pulling triggers. You're a smart black man, so why you call yourself a... Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my lyrics? Okay, dude. Oh, you don't like my politics? Okay, dude. Do you even know what knowledge is? Okay, dude. Oh, now they want to mention me? Okay, dude. So now they want to censor me? Okay, dude. Tiger blood and dragon energy, and I control my legacy, and I got friends and enemies. Okay, dude. Yeah. Thank you, Washington, D.C. My name is Zuby. Rescue the Republic. I love you guys. Thank you.
Jimmy.
One more time for Zube.
Man, this is high energy. I love it.
As you know, during COVID tyranny, people were silenced. The Biden-Harris administration colluded, the real collusion, with tech companies to silence Americans' First Amendment rights. They silenced doctors, scientists, academics, and anyone who disagreed with the government narrative. But there were some doctors that stood up and put country before career, put science before the people who said it was settled. And we are very honored to have them here. I will introduce them. Dr. Mary Holland, Dr. Pierre Corey, Dr. Robert Malone, and coming with them is a senator whose hearings have been exceptional. He is a freedom fighter and a great American. Please welcome also Senator Ron Johnson.
Guys, I love these guys so much. This will probably get my live stream taken down, so I'm going to have to end it here, and then I'm going to start up again.
What a tragedy
I love y'all.
and an outrage
I hate
that children need public defenders for their health.
We'll be back very shortly.
But they do. During pregnancy, moms are expected to get 4 shots: flu,